5. Okay.
And then testing 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, and then go ahead and go back to mute.
That's not how the Slucks and the Snikes people, and it's home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I have no late items, so if we could have an adoption of the agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Lockenberg. All those in favor? And that carries. So today is day one of budget, and we will be meeting a few times going forward. Just a reminder to everybody that we did send out the Friday as the calendar invite for budget meetings. If this is not working for you now that you've had time to look at your 2026 schedule, could you please make sure that you get in contact with Sonia, because she was doing the coordination with finance in terms of these meetings. So that being said, let's just dive right in. Looks like we have a full day here. So I see Chris Jury, our CFO, in the hot seat. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And yeah, this is day one of our operating budget. We've had a few budget sessions before this, but we have a number more to go through where we'll see presentations from staff and various departments and a couple of workshops in there to help us formulate a 2026 budget. I'll see if we're gonna get something on the screen here. All right. Okay. So just a recap of sort of the financial planning process. You know, we go through with council our quarterly updates. We do a Q2, Q3, and we'll be doing a Q4 update, which is a bit of a look into how the year end completed when we're mostly through our year-end audit and have some of our final adjusting entries done. We'll be able to sort of share where we think we're ending up for 2025. Amy Mooney, our Deputy CFO, also shares with all of the departments on a monthly basis where they are in their budgets to actuals so that they can stay on top of how they're doing. And we can try and address issues, you know, before they are serious issues. So we have regular budget meetings with all of the departments as we get ready for each budget season. This year we, did recognize that it's going to be a challenging year, and we started off by having those senior management meetings at the onset to really try to set the tone for how those department meetings would be and send a bit of a message, I guess, to each department that this was going to be another year where, based on inflation and what we're seeing with other costs, we really needed to try and tighten our belts a bit and try and make this work. So when we were looking at earlier numbers, internally they were quite a bit higher, and we really worked hard over the couple of months to try and rein those in and get to something that, it's not perfect, but I think it's reasonable and something that we can try and work with as our starting point here. So we then presented a draft package for everybody here just before the holiday break, and hopefully you got a copy. I think we had some paper copies here too, if anybody wanted some paper copies, we can pass them out or something, I don't know. Then here we are today, kind of starting off our department presentations. We will then be able to package up a draft financial plan for the public and put together a consultation period. But one thing we were sort of thinking we would do this year, rather than kind of wait for that consultation period, is sort of start that process now. And so we'll get some messaging out through our comms department there, get a site going on our website. We've already got the base of that going, and as each of these meetings comes up, we'll put the agenda on there, we'll put a link to the budget meetings, people can come, there's a spot there that they can send in comments. So really we'll try and start that consultation period now, and then that can go throughout the month of January and February, and we'll sort of be able to bring some feedback to council maybe in a more timely manner.
Councillor Payne has a question.
I love that idea. Thank you so much. I'm trying to understand if the ongoing questions and consultation, if the information will be published soon enough that people will be able to look at it, so those questions will be included in the day that we have the discussion, or if it'll be afterwards, because we got a lot of the information yesterday, so that's not a lot of time to
Yeah.
jump in for the public.
Yeah, no, and
What is your intention around that?
yeah, we will try and get the PowerPoint presentations and things to you earlier than the night
Yeah,
before.
no,
We
it's-
tried to
it's the
set things up
holidays, I
with
get
each
it.
department, so they were giving it to us in a timely manner, and then we could vet it and we could all kind of make sure it looked good before we sent it out to you folks, so it was a bit of a
Fair enough
tight
for
turnaround.
us, but if
Yeah.
we're gonna go on this consultation model.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple ways, in my mind, I was thinking, you know, they would kind of come out as you saw them, so like,
Yep.
you know, we put them out as part of the package and then kind of go from there, and then when the meeting's done, cause this is being recorded, then we would put that video up as well, that people could see after the fact recording.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
Yep, so then we would go through that process of then kind of finalizing all the feedback we hear, being able to present that to you before adopting financial plan bylaw or tax rate. So that's kind of the plan. Just an overview of some of the meetings that we've had and are planning for the future. So of course, you know, we started with Nelson Hydro back in the fall. And we did adoption of the Nelson Hydro rates at the December 2nd meeting in last year. Water and wastewater and resource recovery was the next sort of block that we went through. And we adopted those rates just at this past council meeting on January 6th. Part of resource recovery is organics, and we'll be looking at you know, some planning for that for 2026, and there's a workshop scheduled for February 6th for organics. And then we have our regular budget meetings. This is the first of that. It's January 9th, and we'll be doing that until February 6th to have those regular meetings each Friday, and then sort of wrap it up with that engagement process, which, as I mentioned, is sort of ongoing from this point, but a period where, you know, we'll put together sort of a final survey and consolidate all the feedback that we've heard to be able to present that to council. And so we plan to do that on March 3rd, and then that'll give us, you know, a bit of a period before we do any financial plan readings or tax rate readings planned for April 14th and May 12th. And, you know, as you all are aware, May 15th is kind of our deadline for adopting these, so this schedule will get us there, but as you can see, it's, you know, it doesn't give us a lot of flexibility there. Okay, just wanted to share with you then to start off, many of the folks in Nelson, probably everybody would have had in their mailbox in the last week here their BC assessment. So this is what Nelson saw for, you know, the typical home or assessed value increases across the city here. So that market increase in 2026, the average for the was 2%. So your typical home in Nelson would have seen a 2% market increase. There's also that new construction factor, and so that's if, you know, a new home is built or someone does an addition to their home. It's not a market increase, it's actually new improvements that are added to the roll. And that increased by 0.43%, so a total of 2.5% for 2026. So that typical home in Nelson that was $681,000 in 2025 has gone up to $694,000 in 2026. For commercial properties, slightly lower, market increase of 1.29%. And that new construction 0.35%, so it's a total increase of 1.64%. That's for the business class of properties. So a little bit on the new construction. So that's kind of the new taxation that the city brings in. It doesn't put any impact on existing residences or business properties. It's new revenue from that new growth, new buildings, new additions. It's considerably lower in 2026 than it has been in the last 3 or 4 years. And just to show you a comparison here, in 2024, we had $60 million in additional assessment from growth, which equated to a $200,000 new revenues for the city of Nelson. 2025, it was slightly down, went to 140,000, and in 2026, it was 50,000. Now that's based on the mid-November non-market change report that BC Assessment puts out, and I did look just this week when the new numbers came out with the assessments that everybody would have seen in their mailboxes. We did see a little bit more than that, about 18,000 more than that, so we're actually at 68,000. That's kind of where, that's pretty close to how it'll be. They do one more updated roll, but I would imagine those numbers won't change too much. The mid-November, I think they say is 75% complete when they do it, and I think they're probably at 99% at this point.
Councillor Woodward has a question, followed by Councillor Lochtenberg.
Thank you, Mayor, through the chair. So from these numbers, so basically $30 million in taxation revenue is equivalent to basically $100,000 or 1%, like 1% tax increase. What's that?
Yeah.
It's a little higher, it's like
Yeah, it's 125, I think.
Right.
Now. Yeah, okay.
So essentially, if we need $30 million in activity to create a 1% tax.
Yeah, that's probably a good way to go.
Or growth and assessment.
Assessment.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Assessment.
So that's, well, it has to be real assessment, because we don't say your house went up 2%, we tax you 2% more. So when we bring up a tax rate, we don't build in the fact that there's been inflation. Our tax increase is a real tax increase, it's not take into account that house prices went up.
I'm just trying to understand, like,
Yeah. But you're right, and if you looked at that, that's 35 new houses have to be built to get that 100,000, so.
a 1%, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just good to
Interesting way to look at it, yeah.
keep in your mind.
Or commercial properties.
Or-
have
or-
a-
Thank you.
Councillor Lochtenberg.
So I just want clarity on a building like this, the Vernon Street one. At what point does the tax rate hit, right? Like, cause they're taxed at one rate, and then as it approaches their final, I don't know, sign off or whatever it's called, then the tax rate goes, how does that work?
Yeah, so they assess it as it's being built.
Yeah.
So they would have, at this time last year, whatever the completion was up to July of 2024 would have been in our last year's increase. And then that change from July of 2024 to July of 2025, we would have seen now. And I don't think there's been a ton of, change in that property and there has been, but as far as what that increase is in the last year, it's probably, like, that would be feeding into this year's increase, if that
But-
makes sense.
But it does, but my understanding, it's a little confusing between commercial and residential, because the assessment commercially is based on income. But a residential property like this, it would be based on the,
Yeah.
like what the value of a similar property would be in that neighborhood, et cetera.
Yeah.
But if it's not built, or if it's isn't there a percent, like, cause you wouldn't say, okay, it's 30% built, so we take
Yeah.
the thing and then.
I think they're
discount it.
projecting probably to completion, at 100% it would be this value, it's at 50% completion.
And then they discount it by 50%.
Yeah, so they pull a building permit for the value of that building.
Okay,
And I think, we share that with BC Assessment.
uh-huh,
And I think until it's completed, it's based on the construction value. So if they're 50% complete at October 31st or somewhere like that.
I think it's in July of every year.
July.
Yep.
July 1st, they look at what the percentage completion, and they're paying property tax on that.
Right.
When it's a completed building, then it is market.
at the market rate. So what I'm trying to understand is anticipating what our income will be this year based on the incentive for the developer is to stop construction, to hold it at 50%. Like, they don't wanna go further if they haven't got the
Wow.
pre-sales or whatever. So it's
Yeah.
I
possible
would
that
say
they
that-
may just hold it at
And I would say that wouldn't happen.
would not
the
happen.
carrying cost to,
You would think, except that if they don't have the sales, then there's no income on the other side, so they might as well do whatever they can to hold it down.
Yeah, I wouldn't think property tax would be any sort of
yeah.
driving
it's a
force
small-
in their decision making.
It's pretty
It's
small.
probably
It's a
more
small
other
percentage.
costs, the interest they're paying on the debt that they have and that sort of thing, so.
There's
Right.
increased sales.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, we've never seen that.
I've never seen
You
that
need
before.
to get your building built or you're
But you've
bleeding.
seen examples where developers have just stopped development because they couldn't get financing or there
Yeah.
wasn't the sales or anything like that. So at some point, they're like, you know what, if we're not getting the sales, why keep going if it's just gonna increase the various costs?
Lose momentum on the building and
Yeah, you'd think.
and all sorts of things.
Okay.
It's-
There's all that money already invested, right, there's some cost that you're trying to.
Yeah, you're trying to
It just
get out.
sits there and
I-
half
no,
built, you get nothing out of it.
I hear you, and yet there are examples where developers have done that.
Well, I think that one's more
They
getting
just went out of
financing.
Yeah, financing. Okay, so.
Yeah, so that's where we are this year, and we'll kind of touch on the new taxation piece a little bit later as well. So, yeah, like Councillor Woodward was saying, what is a 1% tax increase? 1% tax increase for the city of Nelson equates in 2026 to 125,000 in new revenue. And what does that impact on a typical residential home is $22 a year. So might just be, you know, something to kind of keep in your mind when we're sort of looking at numbers and saying like, okay, you know, if taxes went down by 1%, that's $22 a year for that typical home, or vice versa, if they went up 1%, it's $22 more. And, you know, as we go through the budget, and I think you saw in those capital, you know, request forms that were included in the package you saw, we really tried to keep that focus on what were these council priorities, what are these council priorities that we worked hard on at the beginning of the term, and sort of make sure we're keeping those in front of mind when we're building out our plan for this coming year. You'll see some of these themes repeated as we went through, and I think most commonly is that future-proofing our assets and sort of looking at ensuring that we have those, you know, we're thinking ahead and we're future-ready as far as our infrastructure is concerned. That'll be a major theme in the budget this year. So yeah, touching on the objectives, what are the central themes? What are those, you know, when we looked at this budget, and you know, what are those touch points that we're kind of looking at here that are really the focal point of the 2026 budget? When I look back at 2025, I mean, we weren't that far, like we haven't really shifted that much. The focus is still, you know, on capital assets, on dealing with sort of those higher inflation rates that we've seen, on protective services, and that's really the themes here for 2026. So central to this is our facilities capital deficit, and we'll be talking about that. We have a whole half-day session plan where we can kind of dig into that a little bit more. You know, we have our negotiated wage increases for QP, for police, for, you know, fire is out of contract right now, but, you know, we know what those committed costs are. So we're kind of working within that, and, you know, that has an impact on 2026 budget. WorkSafe, you know, you'll recall the budget last year, one of the additions was to have OH&S role brought into the city of Nelson so we could work on bringing those WorkSafe premiums down. Scott Spencer did a presentation for council on how that all works, and just to kind of remind you, you know, our WorkSafe rates are based on the number of claims that we have. So, and it's based on a rolling 3 years. So our 2026 rates are based on, it goes June to June, so really up to the end of June of 2025 drives what our 2026 rates are, but it's a rolling 3 years, so it's 2023, 24, 25, those three together. So it really takes 3 years before you're able to bring yourself around. So we did see an increase in our WorkSafe premiums again for 2026. And again, that's because, you know, any of the work that we would have done really isn't going to be seen until 2027. That said, I did go and take a look at, you know, how we did for claims. So I only had the data from January to November of 2025, but comparing that to the full 2024 for this, and our WorkSafe has two separate rates. One's for law enforcement, one's for the city. So for the city, our claims are down 150% in 2025 from the year before. And for law enforcement, it's down 530%. So I think we're already seeing, and this is over that rolling, over that 1 year period. So we're still dealing with some of that older stuff in our current, but if we kind of continue on that trend, see a real positive impact that we could probably have in the future, but we just need to kind of keep going and keep that momentum going. And because we're so small, it really doesn't take much. Like you have a couple of big claims and that can really move things, so. Yeah.
Great.
As far as just other inflationary increases, in our 2025 budget, we kept inflation increases at 0. It's pretty challenging to do that 2 years in a row, so we do have a small 2% inflationary increase to, some of our smaller supplies and services. For any of the more significant ones, it was really just drilling down into each of them and trying to see, okay, what are we really looking at here? And are there some areas that we can hold to 0 or reduce budget line items where, maybe we had a budget, can we reallocate that to other areas? So we really tried to keep things to that 2% or lower for our other supplies and services. And then as far as additional resources, we're really just looking at what is required to fund the growth that we're seeing in the city. So we had the police board come and present to the city, and they were asking for a 9% increase in their budget. We had fire, we're sort of working through the fire master plan. And as we brought the master plan to council last year, we talked about, it's going to see some higher increases in the onset. We can use surplus to smooth that somewhat. So we're doing that for 2026 as well. Keep in mind, we hired 2 new firefighters in the middle of 2025, so we'll see the full impact of that in 2026. They're here for a full year, plus we have a new deputy chief coming at the beginning of 2026. Well, he's already here. I don't know if he's come by, and probably hasn't stopped by. So that's sort of the protective services side. Again, that's kind of a focal point of this budget. And then as far as any new operational asks in the budget, if you kind of look through there, you won't really see much. We have some additional resources in IT and corporate services, but we've worked to try and keep those within that new revenue from new construction. So it's really the growth is funding any of the growth needed in resources. So it wouldn't have any impact on, your existing homeowner. We're really trying to keep that within the growth that we're seeing from new revenues.
Councillor Woodward?
Thank you. Through the chair. So it seems like to manage our taxation smoothly, we do need a level of growth in the city because it adds a new tax section of the tax base. So it is in some ways to keep taxation smooth and at a reasonable rate. You do have to, it has to be paired with a certain amount of growth, manageable growth in the city, would you say?
Well, I think it's how you want to think about growth. So with growth comes more demand on services. So if you think of the revenue from growth or the revenue from that new construction funding the service increase that you need to fund that, then it sort of funds itself. It's not always the case. Like in a perfect scenario, that's maybe how it would work, but because sometimes it's lumpy too. Like you can't hire 5% of a police officer. You've got to hire a whole police officer, so it kind of comes in bumps like that. But so I would think of the new revenue as the city's growing, and so it requires more services to support that. And how do we use that growth, that new revenue, to sort of help offset the cost of that growth?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving along. So here's sort of a breakdown of the revenue sources we have for the whole city budget, not just the operating. In the gray section there, those are the ones that we've already gone through as a group here. We've already talked about Nelson Hydro. Those are just the urban rates, but that gives you a better picture, I think, of the city's revenue. Resource recovery, sewer, water, really we're halfway through. We're now dealing with that other half of the budget that is funded through taxation and fees, some of our operating grants. And that's the general operating budget, and that's what we'll be talking about in the coming weeks here. But I suppose that's the good news, we're at the halfway point. Now where does that, and again, we're just talking about the taxation funded revenue, what does that go to fund? Here's a breakdown of the costs of the City of Nelson's operating budget.
Sorry, this is for the bottom half of that
Correct.
circle we just looked at?
Yeah, there's no
okay.
water, sewer, or hydro in
Yeah.
here, this is just your taxation funded piece.
Yep, thank you.
So police makes up 20%, fire and emergency management 13%, so that's 33% for protective services. That's kind of the main point, and that's not uncommon in municipalities to have, sort of that 20% to, even higher, 25 to 30% for police. And then, fire making up that kind of 1/3 portion. Next we have transportation, storm, snow removal at 15%. 13% of that operating budget is going into capital reserves. Parks and rec and culture at 10%. Your admin, HR, finance at 10%, which I think is really like healthy, low level to be at 10%. When I sort of looked at some of the other, in regional districts, for example, 10% would be kind of on the lower end. A lot of them go up to 15, 18, 20% for that administrative cost. So I think we've done a good job of keeping that sort of at a reasonable level. Transit, 6%, and this is just transit in the City of Nelson. So I haven't included the Coon Lake West in this. So we're just looking at, what's in the city's budget. I think an important point to note here, and it's really tiny in the bottom right-hand corner, it just says DE, that's debt. And I think that's great that you can't read that.
It's so tiny.
It's a tiny box on the right-hand side. And we are going into a period where if we're gonna be moving in the direction we wanna go with, a new fire hall, with some fire apparatus, with some of the growth that we're needing here, we will need to take on new debt, but we're starting at a really healthy place of having quite a low debt level. We haven't taken on any new debt in the last, 15 years or so,
Councillor Whip?
So just at a quick glance, it's obviously less than 1% because
Yes.
the box is so tiny.
Yep.
Okay. I know it won't fit on there, but I'm looking at the other 2%ers and I'm going, whoa, it's way down there.
yes,
Thanks.
yep.
So, sorry, Mayor.
Councillor Woodward?
Thank you. In your CFO, do you look at this chart? And do you, if need be, can you move like a few percentage here and there? Or do you feel like where we're at here is a good place?
Like as far as the allocation percentages?
Yeah. Does it make a difference to move a percent here and a percent there, or is that just like splitting hairs?
Well, I think one of the things you'll see when we go through here, one of the cost reduction measures we did is to right size our snow removal budget and allocate a bit more to parks. So just sort of looking at that over the last number of years where we have been spending more in parks and we have been spending less in snow removal. And maybe if we get that big Snowmageddon type event, if it's once every 4 or 5 years, that's when you use your surplus to kind of bring that down in those high years rather than budget for all of those potentially high years and run a surplus. So we do try to kind of move things around. Some things you can't. Police is one. Police is, interesting at 20%. I took a bit of time this morning. I was just kind of curious where are other folks as far as their police budgets are. On the high end, you've got your Vancouver, Victoria, Surrey. They're in the 25 to 28% for what percentage of their operating budget is police. Abbotsford's 24%. Port Moody's similar to us at 20%. So, we're not out of line of what some other municipalities are.
Thank you.
Municipalities that are drastically less than that.
I just kind of looked at those ones. I'm sure if I went and looked at Oak Bay or something like that, it's could be lower, I don't know, I'd have to check that one, but yeah.
I would say that in terms of policing, that's a pretty standard.
Yeah.
It's around 20 to 25% of most municipalities' policing costs.
I think munis our side because we're municipal and pay 100% versus those that are RCMP pay 70%. So
yeah,
that's the difference is we don't get that federal grant for 30% of our policing costs.
Yeah, the ones I quoted here all have their own municipal police force, yeah, so you're right, with RCMP it would be low.
Just to clarify, where's IT in this? Is it in admin?
In admin, yeah, sorry, that kind of goes with the finance.
So,
admin.
I think
Yeah,
that's
IT is
important.
in there too, yes.
Oh, IT is in that 10% as well. And Chris, sorry, maybe before you leave that, maybe just going back to that other slide, because I think there's a,
This one?
yeah, because it's important to note that when, we're trying to fund that next slide with that bottom portion of revenues here that we see in this slide, and when operating grants and service fees and rentals don't go up at the same rate, then property tax has to pick up a bigger and bigger share, and that's what we've seen over the last number of years. The provincial grants, et cetera, aren't going up the same amount as our expenditure, so property taxes is funding more and more of it. At one point it was, I think, basically 50-50, property tax and other revenues. Now we're 60-40, I guess. So we're seeing that pressure on taxation. It has to make up that shortfall where the other revenues aren't growing at the same rate as our expenditures.
Sorry, may I ask a question on that?
Yes, you sure can.
Thank you. So is there more pressure? Would you say that municipalities are trying to run more of their operations on grants because they aren't able to achieve the property tax income? Or is there more pressure on the grant stream, or is there what's changed?
Well, I think, so most of the grants you see now are generally, they're more on the capital side. This is the operating side. The biggest one on our budget here is the whole climate team is a lot of that's funded by grants, right? So I'm not sure where you count for the Nelson Hydro contribution to the climate team in here, but I would say, yeah, I think lots of municipalities would love to do that, but there's just those funding streams, like our small community grant keeps reducing, right? Even though our costs are going up, our grant gets reduced. So those are the, those were the core operating. When we talk, and I think when Chris goes through the rental fees, I'm not sure where you do that, where that new rental fees are. When we're not, for example, parks, where the regional district was contributing to Lakeside, if that doesn't go up, then our taxation's picking up that shortfall, right? So that's why it's really important that, those things go up. Fire is the same thing. For a number of years that didn't go up either, and again, our fire costs are going up half, whatever, even 10% was funded by the regional district. If that doesn't go up, then taxation again keeps picking it up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're very dependent in Nelson on residential taxation too. We don't have that big commercial taxpayer that can kind of take on a bigger portion of that pie. We don't have an airport like Kelowna that brings in a bunch of revenue that can help keep taxation down. It's really just residential heavy in Nelson, so.
And Nelson's a bit unique in not having an industrial tax base. Quite unique in the province.
Okay. So this I wanted to share with you as well is, what are we seeing for inflation, for property tax? So I've got a few different lines and boxes here, and I'll just kind of explain. So 2017, I pegged everything to $100. So that's inflation and the construction price index, and we kind of talked about this one in the last few budget years, I think, as far as, what is that benchmark inflation index as far as supplies and materials and, water mains and contractor costs and paving and those types of things. And then, so that's in the dark blue line. We've got CPI, which I think is kind of a metric that a lot of folks are familiar with, in the orange line. CPI is an interesting basket of goods that's really related to individual or home, typical household would consume. Shelter, I've kind of jotted down some of the weightings in the CPI index. Shelter's 29%, transportation 17%, food 16%, recreation 10%. Municipality doesn't buy a lot of food or recreation or those types of things, so it's not a great metric for what the cost pressures are that a municipality will be subject to. And then in the green boxes at the bottom, that's what we've had for actual taxation increases since 2017, and in 2026 is the proposed tax increase for 2026. So what you'll see is, those taxations was fairly close to CPI up till say 2020. It's below CPI in 2021. I think we held taxes to 0 in 2020. We're below CPI in 2021. We started to do some catch up in 2022, 2023, 2024. And the focal point of 2025 and 2026 was really that capital piece of like, how can we ensure that we're putting enough into our reserves to deal with the capital deficits that we've been experiencing. And so I recognize that, half of an operating budget is wages, and we do try to keep wages in line with CPI. So if you were to look at the average of CPI and construction costs that make up the other half, that would be, again, your contractor costs, supplies, materials, that type of thing. Our 2026 tax increase takes us right in line with that kind of midpoint of those two indices.
And
Councillor
just to-
Payne.
Can I just clarify this, just to make sure, these are cumulative, just so
Yes,
everyone.
Yes, so starting at 100 and then what that 100 would be in 2026 dollars using the same inflation indices.
Councillor Payne.
So, thank you for this, following it. What I would be interested in is, and you mentioned it, how much of the percentage of the city's operational budget is affected by the construction price index or whatever it's called, and weight that accordingly to get an average that would make more sense to me as a taxpayer whose ability to pay is more along the orange line.
Right.
So you can say why it is and it makes perfect sense. But I think in there is a weighted number because not all of our operational expenditures are based on the construction. So yeah, I think it's great information to start a conversation around,
Yes.
and I think we could dig a little deeper.
Yeah, well, we're pretty close to 50% being wages on our operating budgets, so that's kind of what I look
understand the
at.
whole union
Yeah.
experience and
Yes.
all of that as well. And I think those are just key points for, as in particular, as our population is moving into the senior, and it's one thing I wanted to look at to see how many individuals in our community above 65 who are collecting old age security and CPP are living with additional pension income, or what that percentage is, because those numbers are going up exactly based on the consumer price index. So there's no real room there for what's going to become a burgeoning part of our population to absorb those numbers. So I think it's just really important to make sure everybody understands we're working hard on that. And I know the entire city is doing that. So thanks for all of that.
Yeah, I think when we go a little further along, you'll see where we are at operating increases, other revenue increases, and what's driving a lot of this is, how much we're putting into capital reserves and that type of thing, and it's really just trying to bridge that gap and catch up a little bit.
And just to clarify, what Chris was saying here is what you asked for, so that middle line is 50% construction price index and 50% CPI, and our wages are 50% of our budget. We haven't gone and said, whatever cleaning supplies, did they, go up more construction price index or CPI? I'd say probably, I don't know what to guess would, clearly we have, custodians that clean buildings and things like that, which may be more CPI sort of related versus construction price related, so maybe it's slightly higher, but I think it's a good, the message is, the challenge we're having is, that significant increase in construction costs, and that's equipment and all sorts of things that have driven those costs. That's been our challenge, and we've worked really hard to try to stay at CPI, and it's what's happened is we're not funding our facilities. We're accumulating this maintenance deficit, and we have to address it at one time. We can't address it with CPI increases, and we've been quite creative this year to be able to start to fund that deficit without much of an impact on taxation, but it's catching up to us, and we hear that's our challenge. Like, how do we address what we need to to fund to maintain services and catch up with a deficit from the past and stay at CPI? It's we need help definitely from higher levels of government who collect the majority of taxation in a community. Forget what the percentages were, like 10% of the pie, and that's fundamentally our challenge.
I think the other level you mentioned though, or the other lever you mentioned is level of service.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's something that it's important for our residents to understand.
Yep.
That to maintain this level of service, these are the numbers we're looking at.
Yeah.
If we need to get to a different place, then we do need to look at services and what are the services where there's more flexibility around. I don't know what that is, but that might be something at some point in time we do a deeper consultation on, and I think as we move forward, you're talking about doing more pre-budget, reaching out to the community and saying, okay, if the budget goes at this, we get this, but if you wanna give up this, we can go here. And that sort of understanding around level of services that we have now to maintain, this is what we're looking at. But if we're willing to be flexible around certain things. And we know that that's a crunchy place to be, so.
And we're only 50% of the tax bill.
Yeah.
You have to remember that.
And these numbers used to be closer, like CPI, construction price index, they were
Yeah.
tighter even before 2017.
Yeah, we all saw what happened there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Built a house.
the numbers in 2025, like currently CPI 2.2%, that non-residential construction price index that's down here is 4.2% currently. And the industrial purchase price index, I haven't used in this, but some other municipalities use that as a benchmark, is 6.1%. So trying to keep things within that lower band is really challenging for a city. Okay, so just looking at some of the key budget drivers, again, this was in the notes that we sent out late last year. Wages and benefits, you can see the dollar amounts here, is what the budget increase is, and then what that impact on taxation is. So wages and benefits was 3.1% tax increase, and those are again just those already negotiated wage increases, any commitments that we'd already made in the 2025 budget that kind of carry forward into 2026. They're not any new additions to staff or anything like that, like that are that's starting in 2026. They're all things that, there is, I think I got a separate line for the fire master plan in here, but they're all just pieces that kind of carry forward from last year. We talked about the WorkSafe BC piece of that. That's a 0.95% tax increase just for that WorkSafe BC piece. Supplies and services, just those kind of inflationary increases on things outside of wages, 1.22%. The fire master plan was a 2.57% taxation increase. And as I mentioned earlier on, the plan through this period here as we roll that out was to smooth that with some surplus. So the full impact of that 2.5% we've offset on the next slide to kind of bring that down a little bit. And then the city's portion of municipal transit is 0.24%. And that's taking into account, the preliminary budget that BC Transit's given us, and it's just preliminary at this point. And also utilizing some of that grant that I think council was made aware of last year that we kind of got for the Kootenay region, that BC Transit's going to use to help us offset increase in lease costs over the next 10 years. So that kind of keeps that at a little bit of a lower level at 0.24%. Next block there, so the total for the municipal, is 8.09%. That next block there is the police board. So they came and did a presentation in beginning of December. And they brought their operating budget and their request for additional administrative support. And also sort of broken out what the impact on their WorkSafe is on here. So the increase would be a 3.33%. And similar to what we did last year, I took a look at the police budget ask and I drilled into it a little bit more, looking at some of the actual staffing levels that are in there. We have a few folks that are off or going to be off, and factoring that in, I was able to bring this down a little bit from what the police board brought in, but I think this is probably a realistic number that we can work within. And then the last piece is the library board's increase. So the total of 11.7% is sort of what we had if we got no new revenues or we didn't use any sort of mitigation efforts. We'd be looking at an 11.7% tax increase.
I just there's a later slide that shows what the gross expenditures are. And remember, this is impact on taxation. This isn't increase in those budgeted areas. So
I just popped it up on the thing here, so I think you're probably talking about this piece. Yeah.
So if I break that down between police, library, and municipal, so the municipal side of that is about 23.4 million. So the increase in expenditures on that 23 million is about $1 million for the municipal side before additional revenues. And police is about 5.8 million, so 421,000 on 5.8 million. So municipal services, including these increases to fire, is about 4.38% increase in the budget, and police is even after the adjustments that just made is about 7.2% on their budget. And then Chris will go into the revenue side. If you take the revenue side is primarily on the municipal side, so it would bring the municipal side after the new revenues down to about 3% of that taxation increase, and police is about 3%. So again, one of the larger drivers continues to be catching up on policing. Policing is pretty well 50% of that 6.75% of the tax increase that we need at the end of the day.
Yes, Councillor Woodward.
So, sort of riffing on what Councillor Payne was saying, so levels of service. So, but it feels like policing is one of those levels of service you can't really, you have to keep matching the moment with policing, so it does feel like that's a pretty like solid.
I think part of it was catch up, but it's sort of what's going forward.
Like could we curve that, once the catch up is done, can we restructure that so that
But
it's,
we're never gonna get in CPI if we keep having that level of increase on the policing side, right? But like, it's, you know, it is the greater than CPI alone, right? So we can never get there if we can't just have continual 3% taxation impact of police, or 7 or 8% increase in their budget annually, year after year after year. So I think we are getting more to a point to level off, and as Chris said, I think there's going to be, you know, if we grow by 300 people, we can't add another police officer. If we grow by 1,000 people, maybe you look at it, and we have to work on the other side, which we have been working on, is the housing and the support to reduce that. We're seeing that positive in definitely on the fire side. I can't remember, I think the police numbers were down quite a bit as well. So I think we need to work on, you know, what's causing, you know, that level of calls. I think fire reported yesterday or on Tuesday on our meeting that they're down from about 1,800 calls to 1,400 this year, so they're starting to see that positive side of that, and I think we saw that same thing from police. They're starting to get down. I also sent you guys a spreadsheet that I
saw that.
did with policing, because when you look at what our crime stats are compared to municipalities our size across the province, we're actually at the favorable end of that. There's, you know, we're in the lake countries and we're this hub city and all those things. So I think we're actually doing pretty well on, you know, those crime stats and, you know, all those. But again, we're a small community. It doesn't take a lot to, you know, change that.
So we're doing catch up, but you're saying it's looking like those trend lines will curve out.
Yeah, I think we're
more
starting
of a
to
manageable situation, so that's not just year over year over year.
Yeah, and like Chris said, I think there's some bumpy parts that,
Yeah.
you know, that you will, I guess, you know, you'll see as, you know, we're not like growing 5,000 people a year or 500 people a year. We're growing very slowly, right? And actually, and if you look at those stats, one of the lowest crime rates is actually Whistler, which is interesting, right? You have this hub city phenomenon that's talked about, but Whistler is, like, their crime stats are based on their population, not the fact that they have 5 times that population almost every day. And, you know, they're actually one of the lower crimes stats, so it's not the number of people in your community. And I've always said that, like, you know, you coming into shopping from the North Shore doesn't create crime,
Right.
right? You know, like our tourists coming into the city, you know, by and large don't create time. Back in the bar days, and or there were some bar fights every night maybe, but you know, that's just not the situation anymore. So I get the hub city thing, but I don't, you know, Whistler's an interesting example that shows actually that doesn't, Lake Country again, interesting example, very tourism dependent. So, and then you see a Penticton that's off the charts on their crime stats, and you know what the social challenges, Cranbrook High, you know, the whole, you know, First Nations real, you know, trauma and challenges that they have in Cranbrook and around, you know, those crimes, the Williams Lakes, those, you know, those are all systemic cultural things that are affecting those communities. But like I said, you know, we're actually in a, you know, doing pretty well on crime, even considering the challenges that we have in our community.
So yeah, on the revenue side, you know, we do have some additional revenue sources that help bring down that taxation increase. We have, you know, every year we added in, you know, additional inflation-sized increase to the hydro dividend to help us with operating budget. We have other sources of other taxation that we get from, you know, 1% tax or from utilities, other levels of government. We've got rental and service revenue increase that the city manager was discussing, you know, different rental revenues that we get. We used to pay for space for our transit. We brought that in-house, and so BC Transit continues to pay that rent, but it's to us now. So we have some other revenue sources there.
Chris, on that, because this is where the fees we get from the regional district.
Yeah.
So where's do we have anything for parks at this stage, or we?
I just kept that at what we've got for in the budget for what we. I have not, you know, I think we keep advocating for more, but I haven't added
accounting for it.
So that's under rental and service revenue,
Yes, yeah.
so it's not an increase.
So we've asked for it to increase from 500 to.
Draft budget will be brought with the full ask and a draft budget. It was also asked with a note with the zero taxation from Salmo. So we're going to be bringing both budget scenarios at parks and discussing them. But that will be in January. It's for a couple more weeks.
Yeah, and I hope the discussion is not to get to zero by not giving Nelson their share and increasing other places. Like, it has to again be equitable. If you're keep everybody the whole thing at zero, or the whole thing at 2%, or the whole thing at whatever percent, then our piece should not be the one that gets thrown out first.
Well, in parallel, there's also the work in just what that policy piece is and how that allocation works. So that's separate but complementary work for that. So that's also what we're discussing in 2026. So that, yes, duly noted.
Yeah, and there is some increase in fire here, I think
Yes.
you said.
Yeah, there's an increase in the fee from fire, and I'm still working through that one with the RDCK, but I have that I feel is a conservative number in here that I don't think we can attain.
Councillor Tate.
Thanks. I'm confused with the other taxes because we had a slide earlier where there was an increase of taxation revenue based on the assessment.
Yeah, and so this is like, so you know, we have our tax base of residential, commercial, etc. We also receive taxes from, you know, Fortis and TELUS and Shaw and Easy Hydro and those types of things that would, you know, it's a projected increase on that.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thanks. Is there other revenues?
Yes, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So that's like, whatever the gas utilities pay, what is it now, 1% of the percent of what?
Of the revenue from the year before.
Oh, right. So 1% of their revenue from the year before we get as a sort of quasi tax for their infrastructure in our streets, etc.
Imagine it's supposed to, yeah, be the
Their linear
rent on a
benefit.
pole or whatever it is.
Is that determined by COSA?
No, that's determined, that's a provincial.
Everybody gets that.
Yeah.
Every municipality gets a 1% of the revenue to account for the fact that it's taken up some real estate for a pole, gas line or whatever.
Yeah, you know, everybody else pays on improvement, so so they have this gas infrastructure running through our communities, and it's really sort of meant to be their property tax on their infrastructure in our community.
That's different, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
So like, for example, that pipeline through Burnaby actually has like property tax on it. So it's different than that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's
This
sort
is
of,
like a provincial, this is what
yeah,
you
this
get.
is provincial sort of property tax. That's, yeah, the province established that that's how we're gonna account for property tax on that infrastructure in municipalities. And Councillor Page knows that the RD, they've argued for years that, you know, regional districts should also get some in effect property tax for that infrastructure too. It's not applied in the rural area.
It hasn't come up in my tenure
Oh, okay.
as part of the discussion, or at least I haven't caught on to that.
It's always been a bugbear for.
But Burnaby would be transmission versus distribution, right?
I'm
Like
not
this is
sure.
linear pipe of distribution versus transmission.
I know like
One
some
of those is private
municipalities,
though.
yeah, they assess that pipelines and things at a
Yeah.
class 2, and I think that was one of the issues this year is that the assessment had gone down and some municipalities are kind of seeing the impact of that they're not able to collect all that tax from the utilities that they got last year.
That's a
But, yeah,
big issue in the prairies, that linear feet of piping turns into a lot of revenue when you're a county in northern Saskatchewan.
Interesting.
So that's long story. Long is that taxation that Chris is talking about on this slide here. So we don't tax for that directly. That's basically comes through the provincial sort of system.
But it's not like a dividend on the assets that everybody paid into and it goes to the province. It's like a whole different thing. Yeah, I'm with ya.
It's in effect property taxes.
yeah, it's property tax, but they don't assess it, they just kind of come up with another proxy for to measure it.
Kind of like the grant in lieu crap, because we don't charge property tax for the courthouse.
Use of surplus, this is the increase in the use of surplus for 2026. We used some surplus last year. A lot of that was finishing up our COVID recovery funds. This year, using a bit more of that surplus for, some of those one-time expenditures, but also the fire master plan, smoothing that. So that helps bring the taxation increase down.
Chris, do you know
Yep.
what are we using for surplus in this budget?
Yeah, I think I had it on one of these handouts here. 417,000 for 2026.
Eventually, we're gonna have to wean ourselves off this thing.
Yes. And half of that is the fire strategic plan, so it's that will come down in the next couple of years to then be zero.
And it's half pretty well one-off type things.
Yes, yeah, those one-time costs and things like that, yeah. Then, I spoke earlier about mitigation initiatives and sort of right-sizing parks, snow removal and utilities. So what we did is we sort of looked at, what have we been spending on average here for snow removal over the last 3 or 4 years? And what have we been spending on parks? And trying to, we've been open, our parks have been open a couple extra weeks every year and we haven't had as much snow removal to do. So allocating that, but then also looking at what we've got in the water utility for capital projects and the fact that, we do have these lighter snow years. We can take those folks and kind of get them to do a bit more of that water utility work. So between the 3 of those, the general operating budget decreased 81,000. Overall, it's not a change. We're just moving things, between the water and the parks and the snow removal. But the decrease here in the operating budget was 81,000.
So takes pressure off taxation. Yeah. Is the bottom line.
Yeah, to be more utility funded, if that's where we're gonna have them, allocating their time when, they don't have white stuff to push around, we can actually make some headway with some of these projects that are in the water utility. So then the net effect from an operating perspective would be a 6.75% tax increase for operations after those mitigation efforts and new revenues are factored in. And I spoke earlier as well about any of the supplementary items that were growth. We do have that new taxation from new assessments at 50,000. And so working within that, what do we need to kind of continue to support, the level of service that we have currently? One of the increases is to look at the administrative FTE, and that's we'll talk about that when corporate services presents, but that one's not any new hours. It's really taking a position that was covered, I think, 3 days a week by the general operating fund and 2 days a week by Hydro. Hydro, in their budget, they don't need those resources, but we sure could use them, so we'd be moving that from Hydro to general government. So it's not an increase in hours, it's just where those hours are being costed out. We're gonna decrease some of our, with that new support, we're able to decrease some of our third-party costs that we were spending on records management. So that's a bit of a savings there. And we'll be talking later about, with GIS and with some of the pressures we're seeing in IT, do we look to bring in an IT manager to help support that?
And I think as much it's the current person that's Nathan Russ that's doing Hydro, the small munis and IT. I think that is as much the pressure, those two areas alone are more than a full-time job. So IT is what suffers when like you can't not do the munis, you can't not do the Nelson Hydro filing, so we end up, it's IT that suffers.
And we could talk about that later today when IT presents, but when we first had that role filled, when Nathan came on board and he was gonna be 20% IT and 50% Hydro, and at that point we outsourced all of our OSA modeling and everything to a third party to do all of that.
Right.
And in this last year, we took that all in-house, and so he's doing all of that now. So we've saved those costs, and we no longer pay a third party to do those calculations, to do those filings for us. We do them all ourselves, but again, what's suffered is he's not able to allocate that time then to IT.
Councillor Payne.
I just have to skip back a bit because I can't get it straight in my head how reallocating from snow removal to parks and utilities is a decrease. So you have one piece, you take a block over here.
Right.
So you're taking it out of operational and putting it into capital then?
In water. Yeah.
Right.
So we've
Okay.
increased the water capital budget in order to do.
So it is capital then?
Yes.
Okay,
do an
that's
additional
the part
project,
that I
but
need
also
to
it's
add
a
to that sentence.
different funding source too. So it's no longer funded by taxation, it's funded by water rate.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you. No, there was just that one piece I maybe didn't hear you say because I just wasn't, moving the squares around isn't gonna reduce it, but moving it to another area is what does it. Okay, thank
Comes
you.
out of the same pocket.
Yeah.
Like from a resident perspective.
Yeah. So if it still comes out of the same pocket, then how's it reducing taxation?
It's
It's a utility fee, not a.
Yeah, so this is where you get lost in it, and when I try to say it still comes out of the same pocket, so this is,
So for me,
Adjust
that's a
taxation.
different pocket.
Comes out of the same person, it's a
My
different
bills
pocket.
come
Right.
in different,
Pockets.
I would call it, on our budget line at
Yeah.
home, we have a taxation budget amount, we have a
Yeah.
water, and we have that. So those
the
are,
rates, that,
so in total, our household is spending the same amount, but in a
Essentially.
different category. Okay.
Yeah. But
Okay,
when
that's all I kept trying to run it through in different ways and it just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
So it's just shifted to the utility, okay, that's what it means there. Very clear to you, and now it's also clear to me, but it wasn't
And as
initially.
far as like productive use of those, we like snow in the mountains, but just moving it around and then watching it melt versus being able to allocate those resources to actually doing some progressive work in our water capital, I think that's great.
100% with you on that one.
And it is actually a saving on the utility side when we can do that, right?
Yeah.
Because we were gonna spend that money anyway, elsewhere to do that work. So now we don't have to spend it on the taxation side, and we were going to spend it anyway on the utility side. It's a net.
Yeah.
Positive.
We can just do it quicker now, for sure. Yep, okay, so then we'll sort of talk about the IT piece later today. Then that last piece, so we were at a 6.75. I know when we talk about the taxation increase being 7.75, that additional 1% is something we started last year, but it's contributing that 1% per year into capital reserves. And that's to help us make up that deficit that we had in infrastructure. And so we have that ongoing each year in the 5-year financial plan to continue to contribute that 1% additional taxation to go straight into capital reserves.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Councilor Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you just talk a little bit about the correlation between raising taxation and taking out a loan? So, because you could keep, I suppose, taxation low by taking more debt out, then I guess in the long run, you pay for that, of course.
Correct. Yeah.
So taxation is increase is more an immediate effect, but there is a relationship between debt we take out and the taxation.
Yeah, and we'll see at the sort of last slide here, when we take on new debt, yes, there needs to be a taxation increase to pay for the debt payments on that, right? But you get that revenue from the new debt up front, so then you can go and do that capital project. Whereas when you're building reserves, it takes time to build that reserve. So this takes a lot more sort of forward planning to be able to do that, but it means you're self-sufficient, self-sustainable. You're putting money into your reserves as you utilize the asset, so you can replace it at the end of its life. Whereas if you don't do that, then you are sort of in a position where you don't have a choice, you have to borrow.
You have to manage the.
Yeah. Not to say there isn't a strategic use of borrowing in situations, and we will be doing some borrowing, and but there's also a case to be made for being able to, the folks that are using and making use of that service paying for its replacement at its end of life.
Thank you.
An additional piece that you'll see when we talk about capital and facilities is all that work we did in the COSA and being able to earn our allowable return on that investment is to be able to put some of those funds towards our capital infrastructure, and specifically our facilities and our community buildings and those things. So we'll look to do that in 2026 as well. We also had some funding that we did annually to one of our reserves, the water license reserve, that I think there's a bit less pressure on that reserve than there is on facilities. So for the next near term, redirecting that existing funding into our facilities. So these three things together will mean that we'll be able to put in 2026 and hopefully ongoing 2.1 million into our building reserve. And then that 1% increases, we'll be putting $100,000 increase each year over the next 5 years into our facilities capital. And again, we'll be doing a half-day session on this, and we'll be able to talk through some of the scenarios and things that we can do. And we've refined some of the numbers a little bit on what we're looking at as far as our ongoing capital replacement costs for our facilities. So we'll hopefully they'll bring some good information to you on January 30th. Okay.
That's doubling the current budget, basically,
Yeah, basically.
to start to address the facility side of the shortfall. We've done a good job on the water, sewer, roads. Next one we're trying to tackle is facilities. So we've kind of knocked these off over the years. So another step in the right direction. Our equipment, by and large, we have a sustainable program for equipment replacement, roads, like I said, the utilities, and now we're trying to tackle facilities. So again, that just managing the assets we have in a reasonable way. There's definitely, as you know from the facility workshop, a significant deficit that we're facing. We have 65-plus-year-old buildings that maintained to the level that need to be, and we're facing some large expenditures going forward. But we'll get into the details again at the workshop.
Yeah. And so I think I flashed this one up before, but I just shown you percentage impact on taxation. As far as percentage increases, so expenditure wise, our operating expenses are up 4.71%. The allocation to reserves is up 16.81%. Our other fees, charges, and grant revenues are also up 4.71%. Trust me, it's just a coincidence. And that what needs to fill that gap then is property taxes. So property taxes need to increase 7.75% in order to cover those operating expenditures, allocation to reserves, and any shortfall from additional revenues that we earn.
Could you remind us what we paid for increase last year, please?
Residential, 8.1% was last
Thank
year.
you.
Okay, just, I know it's early days, but I just wanted to take a look at, what some other municipalities we're looking at. It's always tough to compare different cities. They have different challenges, they have different sources of revenue. But this is, Kelowna is a great example. They talk about additional revenue they can bring in from their airport, and we don't have those types of things. But I thought it was interesting that we've got 3 municipalities here that are all having that 1% capital contribution. This morning when I was looking at Port Moody and Police, I noticed that, and I didn't have them on the list here, they have a 6.3% increase plus a 1% capital asset levy. So it's very common that a lot of municipalities are addressing their deficits in a similar manner to sort of say, look, we need to allocate, a special capital levy and sort of make up that gap and have that 1% increase each year. So yeah, Cranbrook.
So would there be benefit in us of showing it that way as well?
Yeah, absolutely we would.
Okay.
So that's why I kind of broke it out as 6.75 plus the 1%. And I think something we did last year too is, because it is tough when you just look at percentages, and it might be more relevant to look at dollar amounts. Again, I just talk about Port Moody. When they talk about a 6.3% increase, that's $194. Our 7.75 increase is $171. So, their dollar amount is higher even though the percentage increase is lower. So it's really, what's your base that you're starting with? So again, it's tough to look at different cities and say, well, this percentage versus our percentage, how much more are you paying in dollars, and what's the impact of that on each household? So I think, when we framed the budget packages and information for the public, it was really less about percentages and more about, how much more are you paying in dollars per month, per year, which I think might be more relevant. If you ask the average person on the street, what are you paying, would you pay in property taxes last year? They may have difficulty remembering, but they, you give them a dollar amount, and that makes a lot more sense. And at the bottom there, of course, I put Vancouver at 0%. I find quite interesting.
I guess you can say whatever you want if you're Vancouver.
Yeah, and if you're really focused on an election, yeah. So forward looking, I think it's important not just to focus on 2026. We do a 5-year financial plan for a reason. And it's to plan ahead and to sort of look at what those pressures are going to be in future years. So 2026 operations, 6.75% increase. We see that going down over the next number of years to be sort of at a more sustainable level. We do have that 1% capital levy going across the board there. Debt, we have no new debt in 2026, but in 2027, 28, 29, we'll sort of ease into taking on some debt. We'll do an interest-only piece and then, capitalize some of that debt when we construct a new fire hall. Allows us to smooth it a little bit, but also make sure we're not borrowing more than we need. So that's kind of what you see for a debt level there. So then that tells you what your total taxation increase would be, 26, 27, 28. So again, we're not seeing years here where things are going to go down to a 2.5% tax increase. I think what we've got from an operating perspective is kind of in that 3 to 4%. If we want to continue investing in our capital assets, that's the 1%. And similarly, I think we would present debt as a separate line item on people's taxation as well, that here's the debt tax and what that is funding. So it's just kind of makes things a bit more transparent for people as well.
Councilor Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. What is the cost of taking like $100,000? The percentage you pay?
Like MFA?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just a million, didn't you?
yeah, I'd have to look at that, maybe I can look at that during break and get you
Okay,
an
I'm just
updated number.
curious.
Yeah, I can't recall actually at the top of my head what
Like a million.
was.
Anyway.
Yeah.
There was an information presented in the last
And it varies. I
Yes.
mean, it's less than if we go sort of commercially or to a bank, even though we're a municipality and would potentially get a preferred rate, but in BC, because that's who we borrow from and their rates are lower. But rates are also subject to inflation, and we clearly saw that because of the fact that, we're not the United States, we don't get to have a 30-year mortgage. That we saw that with recreation, when although there's very little debt left on the building, the debt servicing charges went up quite considerably last year when the sort of 5-year period of the loan went out, and then we had to refinance. So they don't get to stay at 2% for forever. If inflation's 8%, that MFA can't offer you 2% money.
Typically you lock in for 10 years and then you lock in for 5 and then 5. So
Yeah, we just got caught in for the refinancing of because all of a sudden I think Councillor Page, it almost doubled, I think, what our,
It doubled.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doubled the debt.
it doubled, so we've almost got it paid off, but the cost doubled in terms of what we have to go out taxation for.
Thank you.
So it's a very good example of, to ask that question is a good question, but you're only gonna get it for this moment in time.
Yeah, and that's this is what we've got for the rest of the day here. We're gonna hear from the HomeSave group on their new program. We'll have the information technology presentation, and then we'll have Terry come and talk about her 3 areas of focus here, the youth center, campground, and farmers market. And that'll wrap up day 1.
Okay, so council, we'll just take thank you, Chris, for that budget overview and introduction. We will take 10 minutes break. through this by lunchtime and we're already half an hour
On now?
behind. 45 minutes behind. We are now going to be on to HomeSave, which kind of sounds like much easier to say than Regional Energy Efficiency Program REAP, because whenever I see that, I always think of the Grim Reaper. Never quite update. So we are ready, so I'm gonna just hand it over to the two of you.
Hey, thank you, Mayor and Council. We're so happy to be here. I'm just gonna do a quick introduction for those who may not have met. This is Theo Harvey, and he's going to lead the presentation today. So with that, I will, I'm not sure if you've met. This is Councillor Page. Councillor Page, Mayor, Kevin, Morrison, Sonia and Chris. Councillor Lachtenberg, Councillor Payne.
We're a tough crowd.
And Councillor Woodward, who will probably be back in a moment. And over to you, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks, Carmen, and it's nice to meet everybody here today. Good morning. My name is Theo Harvey. I'm the Energy Programs Lead here with the City of Nelson Climate and Energy team. So that means that I am responsible for the Regional Energy Efficiency Program, which is the residential energy retrofit program that we operate out of the city and serves residents of the city and the Regional District of Central Kootenay. So today I'm here to give you a program update on the energy retrofit program. Over the past year, we have been hard at work behind the scenes to secure some additional grant funding for the program and to prepare a few new and exciting program offers. So as we're getting ready to launch all these program updates in the new year here pretty quickly, what we wanted to do was give you a program preview so that you could be aware of what the program features that we're about to roll out are. And I'll just, to be clear here, this isn't an official program launch. We will be doing an official launch in the near future, but this is an opportunity for us to inform and make you aware of what's going to come before it actually starts to roll out. So today's presentation is really going to be a fairly broad overview of the entire program, both old and new. This is so that you get a full understanding of the program, how it works. It does mean that we are going to spend some time reviewing what's already in place, which you will already, of course, be familiar with. But it's important so that you can see how the new features are going to fit in with the old features or existing features of the program. But for the most part, what we are going to be doing is talking about the new and exciting features, including things like our new program game, what the program offers are, both the new and the old program offers, how it all works together, and the resident experience, what that looks like, and how the program is funded, our targets, and of course our next steps. So yeah, without any further ado, I'll go ahead and get into it. This isn't necessarily going to be an overly long presentation. I've only got about 10 slides and you have now heard one of them. So there should be plenty of time for questions at the end, but there's also going to be a couple of really good logical stopping points that I'll call out as we go if you guys have questions as we go.
And maybe I'll just provide a bit of context to this. So Theo and Carmen will be presenting to the RDCK board on the HomeSave program on the 22nd, I believe, of this month. So we wanted to make sure that council had seen this, and Theo might speak to this in a slide, so I might be saving you time. But anyways, so they're presenting there for the purposes of a grant, which I think Theo will speak to later in the presentation. So just wanted to make sure that you guys saw this before.
Yeah, so well, without further ado, I'm excited to introduce you to HomeSave Central Kootenays. This is the new program name that we are going to be using when we officially launch in the near future. I mean, I know that you are all familiar with where we came from. You know that we were EcoSave, that's how we launched, and that we were able to expand into the region in 2019. And when we did that, when we partnered with the Regional District of Central Kootenay, we wanted a name that was going to be regionally meaningful. So we updated the name from EcoSave to the Regional Energy Efficiency Program, or REAP, in order to reflect that broader reach. And as Mayor Morrison pointed out, over time it became clear that it was a bit of a mouthful to say Regional Energy Efficiency Program, and it wasn't necessarily the most effective name that we could have for effective public outreach. So When we were doing all of this, it's a bit of a thing to change a program name. You don't want to do it lightly, but as we were preparing a new program offer and getting ready to roll things out, we decided to take the opportunity to rebrand as HomeSave Central Kootenays. Obviously, HomeSave is a callback to the original EcoSave. We kept the save element. We resurrected the tagline, save energy, save money. That is the original EcoSave tagline. The differences here, switching from eco to home and having Central Kootenays, we went with HomeSave because we really wanted to make sure that people understood that our emphasis is on people's homes, saving energy, saving money, and maximizing rebates for their homes. And then the Central Kootenays in order to make sure that people know that this is a program that is regionally accessible and available for everybody. Not just the residents of the city of Nelson. And so HomeSave, yes, is going to be available for everybody in the region, whether you live in Nelson or Nakusp or somewhere in between or all around. We just want people to know that it's available for them. Anybody can sign up for our program so long as they live within RDCK or one of its member municipalities. We do not have any restrictions based on geography or demographics or home type in order to access our core services. Now, with that said, there are going to be a few of the program features that we have that will have some eligibility restrictions on them, and that's primarily, as you see on the slide here, going to be to do with the home types that will be eligible for some of those features. But the core of our program is meant to be universally accessible. So let's just review the core features so that we're all on the same page that are available to everybody. At its core, HomeSave is an energy retrofit support service. It's just the same as EcoSave and the Regional Energy Efficiency Program before it. What we can do is to help residents navigate the entire home retrofit journey from start to finish by providing some advice and guidance on home retrofits and rebates. One of the ways that I've started to describe this recently is as a matchmaking service. We connect people with the right information, rebates, and financing opportunities to make their retrofits more successful. Like any matchmaking services, the people who get matched up still need to do some work on their end. People still need to go ahead and get the retrofits done. They still need to go ahead and apply for the rebates from those third-party providers. But what we can do is we can take the first lift off their plates by providing information and guidance and make it easier for them to get started. Now that is, in a nutshell, very quickly, the core service that EcoSave, REAP, and now HomeSave offers. This is a really good opportunity because the next slide is going to be the fun new features. So if there's any questions on the name or the the basic service that we have, this would be a really good opportunity.
Maybe just walk through, what does that look like on the ground for a homeowner? Is it a phone call, or is it someone that sees them, or what does that look like for a homeowner?
Yeah, as in how do they interact with us?
Yeah.
It can be by phone or by video call or by email. We have in some cases also met in person with certain residents when it's necessary. We're really flexible in whatever the resident is going to need, whatever is going to make it best for them, right? Like I don't think we do text messages back and forth, but we're happy to have a phone call.
So I want to, I think my windows need to be replaced. What does that look like?
Your windows need to be replaced. Well, the overall whole program journey, you would register with our program. You would tell us about what we have. I have actually a slide coming up.
Okay.
Overall, that's so maybe. Okay, let's get into the fun, new, shiny stuff. So the first new offer that we have today is the HomeSave Retrofit Rebate. This is big. For the first time, we're offering a bonus rebate. This is going direct from us to our program participants, and it's to help reduce the upfront cost of doing a retrofit. Our rebate here is going to be a little bit different from what you might expect out of the standard rebate. In the retrofit world, the typical rebate is kind of a single measure rebate. It is a specific rebate for a specific product, for a specific retrofit, done in a specific way. That's kind of like the standard heat pump or window or door rebate that you might get from Clean BC or Fortis BC. Those are great rebates, they work really well, but our approach here is different. We did not want to target specific upgrades like heat pumps or windows. What we did decide to do was just to reward overall whole home energy efficiency improvements. This is because we recognize that the housing in our, across the entire region can really vary widely. So the type of retrofits that are gonna work best on any given home can also vary widely. And going with the standard single measure retrofit rebates, what that means is that it may exclude some of our residents from accessing the support that we can offer. And also, to be completely fair, the major rebate providers that are Clean BC, FortisBC, BC Hydro, they all do a really good job already of providing a buffet of options when it comes to rebates that are available, both regular stream and income qualified streams. They're really good at it, and our program already really works well at matchmaking people to those rebates. So we opted for the whole home approach in order to make the program more broadly accessible and to encourage meaningful efficiency gains without being overly prescriptive about the specific measures that people should take. So the way that this all works, this bonus rebate, is we measure the residents' home energy usage with pre and post retrofit EnerGuide evaluations. And if the household is able to achieve at least a 20% improvement, then we can give them up to $2,500 back. And for those who can and wish to go further and go into the deep energy retrofit territory with a 50% or greater improvement, we can offer up to $5,000 back. This rebate really works best as a bonus rebate. The idea here with this rebate is that people are going to come into our program and work with us through our matchmaking service and complete retrofits that are already going to net them a rebate from one of the third-party providers. And then after completing the standard retrofit rebate process, they can come back and basically layer the HomeSave rebate over top of all of that in order to further reduce the upfront cost of that retrofit.
Councillor Payne?
Is it the blower door test? Is that your pre and post retrofit?
That's part of the EnerGuide evaluation, correct?
Part of it, so.
Yeah, the whole evaluation goes in and they look at all the different materials.
I've had it done before, so yeah, I understand some of those things, but I'm just wondering, so you're not looking at invoices of use or anything like that? No, okay,
We're not doing that.
that's the part that's interesting. Thank you. Or the, how many InterSave rated appliances you have and all those sorts of things. Those are not part of a.
No,
Okay.
those don't get factored into EnerGuides.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so because we are rewarding overall home improvements rather than specific measures, the idea here is that it helps to further encourage people to do multiple measures at the same time in order to hit the deep energy retrofit tier and get more money back. There's another notable feature of this rebate design that I want to point out, and that is that while it is primarily intended as a bonus rebate, it's meant to be layered on top of other rebates, it can also work as a standalone rebate. And that's because of our whole home energy efficiency approach, that we're basing your rebate based off of your improvements to energy efficiency. So this means that because it can work as a standalone rebate in some cases, it can fill certain gaps that we have in our area when it comes to rebates that people want. We have heard loud and clear from our participants that they really like to get access to rebates for solar and battery installations. Those aren't available here. They're available in BC Hydro territory, but FortisBC doesn't offer those rebates. This rebate design that we have here with the HomeSave retrofit rebate allows us to fill that gap to a certain extent by offering it as a standalone.
So I guess, that was sort of the origin of my question. How would you measure that based on a blower door test? Is that coming up? I didn't see it when I looked through.
I don't have a slide in here that's like detailing how the EnerGuides work, but effectively solar generation on your house is counted as a negative towards your overall energy
But
use.
the only way you measure that is on your hydro bill, isn't it?
The way that we measure it is through the EnerGuide evaluations.
So
Okay,
it's
I'll have
through
to look
the
at that
pre
in
and
more
the
detail
post.
then.
So a person would have to get the pre and the post. So they have to get an EnerGuide
The
evaluation.
door, number is not gonna change
I think Theo's saying
based on
that.
putting solar on my roof, and maybe I'm misunderstanding.
The EnerGuide measures a lot more
broader.
than just the blower door test.
Okay, yeah, that's what I need more details on, cause when we did it, that was sort of the number, we went from this number to that number to, okay.
So that's one piece of it, so you would get credit for that piece, then you get credit for solar, it sounds like, and there's a few other pieces to it, is that kind of how it works?
They're looking at every component of your house, right? All of the insulation, the siding, the windows, the coatings on your windows, the type of roof you have, the foundation, is it insulated or not insulated? They only actually do one physical test on the house, which is the blower door test. The rest of it is modeling essentially, where they are looking at all of the different components and they're adding them up. And so if you add more insulation, then that's an increase in the factors that they use to model it, right? And then if you add solar generation to your house, that's counted as a net negative on your overall energy usage. And so your top level score just goes down by a big chunk when you add solar power.
So blower door is just how leaky my house is, and I have film on my windows that prevents heat gain, that gives me more is gonna reduce my energy use, right? So they're picking up all those other things that reduces your energy use.
So the other feature that we have here, the other new offer that we're coming to market with is a new financing offer. So this is separate from the rebate. This is through our partner with Nelson and District Credit Union, NDCU, and it's in the form of an advanced loan of up to $40,000. We are making this financing offer available because we recognize that retrofits are expensive up front. Financing gives us the opportunity, or gives people the opportunity, to make them more manageable and accessible by spreading the cost of the retrofit out over a longer period of time. That's not what I expected to happen. NDCU has been really great to work with on this because they're actually really supportive of this program. They see the value in doing this. They see the value in helping our community members make home energy retrofits. They want to support our community members, so they're offering financing at a rate of prime plus 2% over a 10-year term with no penalties. Now there are two really key features of this loan that I want to point out. The first is the advanced loan nature. I think that's really worth noting. Many of the retrofit financing programs that you're going to come across in the wild only offer funds after the retrofits have been completed and verified and validated. So this means that some will provide a partial advance in order to pay for contractor deposits, but it basically means that if you're going to borrow money to do your retrofits, you still have to have the money up front in order to do them. You have to have the cash on hand in pocket, or be willing to take it out of your savings in order to do it, and then get reimbursed with the financing after the fact. So making this an advanced loan, it makes it more available to other people who would have access to credit but may not have the cash on hand in order to do an expensive renovation. So the second really nice feature of this is that we're using the same broad retrofit measure eligibility criteria for loans as we are using for the rebates, which means that people can use our loan for things like heat pumps, windows, and solar panels, obviously, but we can also lend money for associated measures and resilience measures, which is a really great extra bonus for people, right? So associated measures are essentially the expenses that arise as a result of intended retrofit work. So anybody who's done a renovation knows there's always unexpected costs. Things happen and your bills go up. So the classic example is you want to get a heat pump, which means you found out that your electrical service isn't good enough for that heat pump, so you're going to get into the service upgrade, which means they're going to rip out your old panel and they're going to need to do some drywall work and repaint around that. Added costs. We can cover those added costs with our loan now, whereas some programs don't allow those additional costs to be covered. The second piece of that would be the resiliency measures. So those are things like EV chargers and water conservation measures and fire smart measures. Things that are related to, they are often adjacent to energy efficiency measures. But they often get classed out of these sorts of financing programs, so now we're able to include those in this offer as well. So if you're thinking big and you're thinking wholesome with your house and all of the different systems, your house as a system and how it works, you have access to money for that. For residents within the city of Nelson, the existing Nelson Hydro on-bill financing offer is still available, it is still accessible, it's not going away. But since this is a regional program, we needed something that was going to be regionally accessible. And I will also like to say that both the Nelson Hydro on-bill financing offer and our NDCU loan are optional. They're not required.
Councillor Bean?
So I just want to clarify that the Nelson on-bill financing will be available for the resiliency and conservation components.
We're not changing anything about the on-bill financing eligibility criteria. It is the same as it was.
Yeah, we have to be careful about that with.
Okay, that's what I mean, I just wanted to clarify,
you
because
just
in
have
the
to be careful
past, when
when-
we added our EV charger, we paid for the upgrade
Yeah.
for the electrical, which is a little bit more expensive than putting in an EV charger, but it was part of a whole system upgrade for us, so that's not part of it then. That's what I wanna clarify. But if you're out in the regional district and you're doing those things, or if you wanna loan money at 6.5% instead of 3.5%, you can do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you chop and change?
Like, can you mix and match, get both, take both out? Sure, why not?
So long as you're a city resident.
So some things could fit for the on-bill financing, and some you could get under this program I'm hearing.
So essentially, a city resident could get a maximum loan of 56,000
And solar panels are included in there now,
of the 40.
of the on-bill financing?
No, the one through NDC.
Sorry, I know there's, it's been a while since we've done it, I just wanted to see if I'd missed that opportunity, because that's the next step for us.
It's all of the nitty-gritty details.
Yeah, it is for sure. Don't wanna miss any,
That's what we live in.
I think it raises an interesting point. Does the program contemplate what people pay for gasoline as part of their home system in the transportation component? Like I just reaching a little bit beyond this, the whole operation of the day-to-day life at that residence is including transportation, and you have a gasoline vehicle in your driveway and you're buying gasoline on a regular basis. It's part of your energy mix for that household. Do we contemplate?
This is home energy retrofits.
I do understand that.
We can't. Are you talking about financing vehicles?
EV chargers
EV chargers.
I think that
and the
Did I-
associated upgrades.
Yeah, that's EV chargers, associated upgrades, that's part of it, right?
that's a lot.
It's part of your overall retrofit project, and you're incorporating your transportation energy into your home energy, which I like. Thank you for mentioning that. I think that's very smart and clever. We do see that as people are switching to EVs, they're starting to incorporate that into not necessarily a transportation budget, but more of a home energy budget, especially when you can start thinking about using your EV as a battery for your house, right?
Right.
But we don't do that with our program currently. There are privacy measures, privacy things that come into place when we're starting to ask people for all their bills and trying to code out all that stuff, so it's a little bit complicated.
So electric vehicle chargers would
I think
be
it's-
included in the program.
Yeah,
That's
it's attached to your home.
Through the NDCU, not through City of Nelson.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah.
But the cost of the gasoline is not included in the
Yeah.
savings of the retrofit.
Okay, I get that. Thanks.
The market will respond, don't you worry.
I'm always worried about the market response, but that's me.
Just worried about the emissions.
So yeah, let me just reiterate that both these financing offers, the Nelson Hydro and the NDCU loan, those are optional. You do not need to take out a loan in order to access our support services. You do not need to take out a loan in order to get a rebate from us or from any of the other providers. They're optional. They're for you to use.
And Carmen or Theo, do you wanna speak to the FCM side of the loan piece, or that comes up, okay?
First, I'm gonna get to your first question, which was how does it all wrap up and work together? What's the resident experience like? So the resident experience in the first 3 points that you see on this slide here, that's basically the original service that we've always offered, and we start with that, right? We want to start by understanding the homeowner starting point, their goals, the details about their home, what is the situation, some of the eligibility criteria that they might be able to provide us with so that we can understand which way they could go. And then we can help them to build a plan so that they can make an actionable roadmap for the kind of retrofits that they want to hit their goals. And then once we kind of know their plan and their situation, we can match make them with all of the available incentives to get them, geez, that happened again. To get them as much money back as possible. And that's the first part of the overall process. People register with us, they go through an onboarding, they tell us about their situation, we have conversations, they set their plan, we give them the information they need to go through those retrofits. And then they go do their retrofits, they go do the standard rebate process, and they come back and they layer on the HomeSave bonus at that point. So they gotta do the retrofits and go through the basic process first. And what we try to do is line up all the hoops that they need to jump through, because getting rebates is basically jumping through hoops, and trying to line them up into one stack so you can jump at the same time. With all the support, the idea is that homeowners can proceed knowing that they're getting the best value for their retrofits, the lowest upfront costs, maximum rebates, and ultimately what we all want, a more efficient home with lower operating costs.
So Theo, on that, so we're sort of the knowledgeable partner in this. We know the various rebates that are out there, so we have that package that can help me as a homeowner not have to try to figure out are there window rebates or heat pump rebates or all those things. You kind of have that conversation, here's some of the things, and you say, oh, have you thought of doing this or doing that? There's these rebates we can get for you, etc. So that's the value we bring to the table, as being that knowledgeable partner that takes that burden off me as a homeowner trying to figure all that stuff out. I don't have to come up necessarily starting with the plan going, oh, I know there's this or that or whatever. So that's a kind of a key piece that we provide that hopefully, as you say, gets to that deeper retrofit than I probably would have as an individual trying to figure this stuff out on my own. And then the other question I had, so if I go, that package of stuff is whatever, $20,000, I'm gonna get some rebates of $5,000 through these various programs. Can I get a loan for $20,000 and net that $5,000 back to me once I get those rebates?
Yes, so you can.
Yeah.
Come in and you basically, you'll have to tell us what you predict to spend in order to get a loan for that amount. So you're gonna say, I expect to spend $20,000, I'm gonna do all of these rebate retrofits. We say, yeah, that makes sense. You can borrow the money, you can take out the whole $20,000, pay for everything up front, then you start getting your rebates back. And at that point, you can choose to, apply your rebate direct to your loan payments and pay it down quicker, or keep your loan payments as they are and just pocket the rebates. Okay. But I think, what.
Finish your sentence and then I'll go to Councillor Payne.
I just think what you were saying earlier is you really described the whole program up front. Right? Basically what we're trying to do is address the information delta between what's out there and what people know. There's a lot of programs in the wide world, and sometimes they're obscure and hard to find, and we even get surprised by sometimes when they come out of the woodwork. So, what we do is we try to just make sure that people know about as much opportunities as possible in order to maximize their return.
A good amount of time is spent from our team keeping up with those external programs and incentives, because they evolve very quickly, and sometimes we are alerted to that, and sometimes it does, catch people by surprise too. But a lot of scanning and just staying up to date on what those are, so that we can, really helpfully, inform our participants.
Counselor Kane.
So I'll jump in just to emphasize that I know that the government the federal government through whatever program did have interest-free loans for solar, which they just one day said, okay, yeah, in 90 days, I think, people were notified because we were on that trajectory to do that next. In 90 days, that's all gonna be gone. So if you don't have it in now, and I think our department did an excellent job of reaching out to anyone who is registered in the program to say, hey, if this is something you were thinking of doing, we will help you get that through right now, because otherwise that money's gonna go away. So I thought that was a huge benefit to being part of the, having your application in, even if you weren't gonna act on it right away, because I hope for some people it did accelerate their action, so they were able to take advantage of that money. We were not at the time, but we're still waiting and looking. The question that I originally went for was, PACE financing is a loan attached to your house. So is this the same if I take $40,000, it's gonna be like a second mortgage on my house? Okay,
So we.
it's just a personal loan then?
It is basically just a personal loan. Yeah, it's a term loan from a financial institution. We're not able to do PACE lending right now.
And you're okay with not having that secured because FCM is gonna protect them?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's get to that point right now. It's a good question. So HomeSave is being funded by FCM. At the end of 2025, we secured approval for up to $2.52 million in grant funding. This is coming from FCM, and it will cover our program operations, our outreach, and our rebates over a 4-year period. And to Councillor Payne's point, FCM is also providing access to a loan loss reserve of just under $1 million. And that is used to backstop NDCU in the unfortunate and not unlikely case that there is ever a loan default. That's the carrot, which allows them to offer better than standard commercial terms for our program participants. Our program does come with program targets. These are our official targets through FCM. So over 4 years of this program, we will support at least 150 home energy retrofit projects. Those are a mixture of standard and deep energy retrofits and approximately 60 solar photovoltaic installations. And achieving these goals, when it comes to retrofits and solar targets, will allow us to reduce the average home energy use in our region by 4,800 gigajoules per year, with a commensurate GHG reduction of 136 tons of CO2 equivalent per year.
And does it pick up fuel switching then?
Yes, fuel switching would be included in that.
So if you just strictly fuel switched and didn't make any energy savings, would you be eligible? I went to a heat pump instead of natural gas. I didn't put any new insulation. My house is just as leaky as it used to be.
Yes, you would still be eligible if you did a fuel switch. If you were like going with the heat pump example, if you go from baseboards to a heat pump, you're eligible. If you're going from natural gas or propane or wood or, I don't know, your Good Hopes, you're eligible for our program. We're extremely broad in our eligibility criteria. What we're saying is anything that is a standard energy efficiency measure that will yield a result, yield a reduction in greenhouse gas and or energy intensity, so long as it is recommended on the EnerGuide report, is eligible for our program.
Okay.
And if you're only planning on doing one of those measures and there's other measures that are recommended, that is where our team comes in to highly influence and encourage someone to go further and do a deeper energy retrofit.
Councillor Payne.
One of the other things, I can't remember what the program was, that the Canada Greener Homes program, was that the one that a year, maybe 2 years ago, they ended that abruptly. One of them on there that I felt was particularly relevant to our area was they were also partially funding or rebating the, do you call it a deep cold heat pump? Ones that do the more extreme temperatures?
Cold climate heat pump?
Cold climate heat pump, thank you. So early adopters like ourselves who we need to upgrade, but they took that away, so something like that would be covered under this now.
As long as you achieve the minimum 20% efficiency improvements with the house, then you get $2,500 back.
That's what I mean, I'm not sure how we're gonna achieve that, but I can go into details
You
later.
can still access the loan.
Yeah.
Even if you don't qualify for the rebate.
Okay.
I think that loan is a key aspect, because even when the feds were offering the interest-free loan,
Yeah.
as Theo said, I always refer to it as like a, sort of, for lack of better words, a rich person loan, because you had to have that 40 grand up front to be able to pay for everything, to then hopefully get your money back in the end, right, and get that interest-free loan. So it served a portion of the community, right, whereas and I think this is what Theo's been alluding to throughout this is, really trying to increase accessibility to all the programs to try and address all the people in our region. So having this loan, it's not interest free, but you get the money up front. So you're able to do work that you might have otherwise not been able to access because you didn't have 40 grand lying around or access to 40 grand or you couldn't get a loan because you didn't have anything to secure it against. Well, here now through FCM, a partnership with them, you're able to get a loan that's secured against this larger program. So it really is opening the doors wider for all folks in the region.
As long as you have the capacity to service the loan.
As long as you have the capacity to service a loan, which is
higher income level.
Sure, but also much more accessible than, saving all of your pennies to $40,000 to be able to do the work up front.
Yeah, definite advantages to it, I'm not.
And the amortization of 10 years.
Yeah.
Is helpful.
And also seeing what those savings are to.
Operational savings.
The operational savings and how they balance out versus the income and the repayment, which is, I know one of the key things that you emphasize when you're talking to people about those savings.
Trying to understand the pay down period, the return on your investment. It's an important part of people's decision-making process.
Yeah, it is.
Can I just ask, what's the level of certainty when you have that plan and so I go out and I borrow this money and I'm expecting a $5,000 rebate and it comes back at 47% instead of 50%? What level of certainty do people have when they are trying to make those decisions?
So here's one of the neat things about EnerGuide evaluations being basically a modeling exercise is what they do is when they put an EnerGuide evaluation, they recommend certain measures and they will tell you the percentage reduction you will achieve by each measure, and they're modeled, and they'll tell you in the report basically saying you must install a heat pump that is cold climate, NEEP certified to a SEER rating of 1 or whatever, and they'll give you the specific criteria that you need to follow in order to hit their number and achieve that target. The only thing that's in the EnerGuide report that's variable is the blower door test. That's kind of like by improving your blower door test, you actually kind of improve every other score at the same time. It's a little bit of a multiplicative factor, as it helps every other part of your house. But yeah, it's basically laid out in the EnerGuide evaluation. The disappointment would come is if you deviate from what the recommendations are, in which case then you need to think clearly about what you're going to actually achieve and understand that there's going to be some variation, right?
And do we provide any support that helps the homeowner make sure their contractor delivers on what was identified by the engineer?
The contractor actually puts through, we will review quotes if the participant would like us to. That's optional. Mandate that people give us their quotes, but we're more than happy to take a look at them and look at what contractors are suggesting. When it comes to ensuring that they're going to get the best product, because we're stacking our program on top of the existing rebate programs, the existing rebate programs already have really strict guidelines for what is and isn't eligible. So we're trying to basically lean on what the other programs have already done in terms of enforcing certain standards within the contractor world and making sure that those contractors have extra training and are prepared specifically to work with these energy efficiency upgrades. So in addition to the main FCM agreement, we have a formal agreement with NDCU, and that is to provide financing for the program participants under a minimum housing criteria. This is just to ensure that residents who go through our program are able to get as good a deal as possible. In the meantime, the Regional District of Central Kootenay is going to be pursuing some complementary funding from Fortis BC, which would be used to support those EnerGuide evaluations and reduce those costs for residents. There is strong indication at this time that there will be support for this, but this is one of those things that we're gonna have to verify and confirm prior to launch, just so you know. We have two other supporting agreements that I want to point out. We have a contract with Clear Result Canada. This is our service organization that we refer residents to for EnerGuide evaluations. And then we have a data agreement with Natural Resources Canada, which allows us to use the EnerGuide framework and access the EnerGuide data that we need to make our program evaluation. All of these are necessary supporting agreements to make sure that we're properly funded and that we have all of the tools in order to give high quality advice. So what's next? Where does this leave us? Like I said at the start, this isn't the official program launch. We still have a few details to finalize, including things like notifying our partners. So, after we're done talking with you, we're going to be talking with the regional district and giving them the information as well. There are other municipalities in the region that we want to also inform, other service providers and stakeholders, people that are within the industry that we want to let know so that they can share around the information when it becomes public and launched, so that people are informed ahead of time, just like we're informing you. We need to prepare and launch an updated website and an updated registration form. We need to develop and distribute program materials so that people can clearly understand the offers and be able to make good decisions, begin our public outreach campaign, and ultimately launch at some point in Q1 of 2026. We do not have the exact date nailed down yet, but I can tell you that it is essentially ASAP, as soon as we can get there. So that is pretty much it at this point. What I want to do is just leave this with a request for your support, so that when you're out there and about in the community and you're talking to your constituents, talking to colleagues and you're in committees, please spread the good word and share it around and let people know that this is a program that's available for them, and it's for everybody in the entire regional district. If you've got an old and cold house and you want to make some improvements, we're here. Free service, and we are genuinely trying to help everybody. So your help in distributing that information is really going to make a big difference. We would love to be able to arm you with some like program cards with quick hit facts to be able to give you that, so that if you're out and about, you can hand them out when people start asking questions and you don't have to remember everything. So if you're open to that, I would love to be able to bring some of those back at some time. As of now, that is my presentation.
Councillor Payne?
So these targets that you've shared here, that's for the entire regional district over 4 years? Okay. I hope we can do better. I'm sure you do too. And 150 homes, when you think of that, I thought, that for Nelson, that's pretty good. But for the entire regional district, wow, that's, and then my question I forgot, so thanks.
You got some additional marketing money as part of that grant, right?
Yes, so as part of the grant, we'll be, obviously splitting it up in rebates and operations and outreach, and so we will be using some of that money for marketing. That's correct, yeah.
We have a really robust marketing strategy, and how that's going to work is we're going to really be monitoring closely the uptake, where it is, who it is, and then that's going to inform our continuation and evolvement of that marketing. So we're really going to try to make sure that we see uptake from all of the areas, and sort of it will steer in that information on uptake will help to guide our next sort of moves. But we do have a really robust, and we've got a really, we put a lot into, resources into the marketing.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Woodward, and then Councillor Payne.
Thanks so much. Got it, love the numbers. Curious about the 150 houses. If you go back a few slides, slide 8, the grant fund, 2.52 million. Is that for this specific 150 houses, like fingers crossed? Does the 2.52 million apply to the 150 houses or the 4813 gigajoules?
Yes.
Yeah, those numbers align. It's not like 2.52 million for the whole province or something. That's the number for that number of houses.
$2.52 million is the amount of money that we'll have for the program, and our goal is to get at least 150 houses. And if we hit those, if we get at least 150, we will get at least those energy savings.
Gotcha. So I wish Councillor Lochtenberg was here. I know he had to pop out for a quick second, but I don't know a lot about greenhouse gas carbon pricing, but the numbers that I find are like $170 per ton, which doesn't really align with the amount of money that's being put into it. Like if you multiply $170 per ton times, once you convert 4813 gigajoules times the conversion factor to turn it into tons. I don't know, it's just an interesting number. It's really low. It's like $195,000 in carbon price and savings. So I'm curious, I wish he was here, but I'll ask him about it
It's
at
over
lunchtime.
time, right?
That's per ton.
Per year.
Yeah, it's per, it's
year
the tons.
For
Yeah,
going forward for years and years and years.
Yeah,
If
so if
you
you
update
add,
the house, it doesn't just affect it this year.
yeah. Oh, interesting.
And I think another part of it too is, while there is of course the GHG savings, there's also like the energy affordability, you know, so energy poverty is a term that you hear a lot, especially in the regional areas where, in areas that are serviced only by electricity, they don't have the option for natural gas. These people with leaky homes have baseboards that are running at 100% efficiency, and losing a lot of that heat, it becomes incredibly costly to operate their homes. Accessing this allows them to seal up their leaky homes. It also allows them to install a heat pump that will run at a greater efficiency than 100%, thereby bringing down their monthly operational costs. So reducing that energy poverty throughout the region is another big deliverable of this program. So there are a multitude of factors there.
I get that.
Yeah.
I'm doing the long-term thing, so it's 13 years, maybe to recover the cost if you're doing it by GHG reduction. Interesting.
I would say that our GHG reduction is going to probably be better than its targets as well. What we've seen in actual results is more effective GHG reductions in our actual participants than what FCM projects.
Yeah, I can multiply it times 1.2 if you want, but yeah, I saw that number, that's 6,300, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, and I think we didn't want to set targets that we weren't going to achieve and risk, that if we risked the grant money, but wanted to make sure we met those targets and FCM could feel good about, the granting program. And so, yeah, I think we're conservative, right?
Councilor?
Thank you, Mayor. I think if I remember correctly, we actually have quite an old housing stock, definitely in Nelson. I feel like I remember 80% of our homes are 60 years or older.
Yeah,
Does that sound about right?
Most of the houses built in the 60s.
Yeah. So we have a really old housing stock, which really definitely needs help and upgrade. I'm wondering about out in the RD, is it the same?
I'd say it's a mix. Obviously, the growth in the rural area was after Nelson's been around for 100 years. And there was a few houses out there at the interland in the day.
But definitely probably a newer,
I would say
somewhat newer stock.
Probably still your 70s, 80s.
Yeah,
stock.
and less, you look at municipalities like Castle have been around a comparable amount of time than Nelson, right? And that's where you really have the higher concentration of homes, are in the municipalities. So, we don't have any new municipalities per se. We have new developments, right? You see them around us, you see them out there, but
The cusp is probably the newest, right?
yeah, sure. But even in the cusp, there's lots of old boxes that are, built out of 2x4 walls with newspaper insulation, right?
Well, New Denver, Silverton still have
Yeah, lots of
Adjournment
that.
process.
So, I would say that our region in general is older, right? We've not, our region has not been based on, development has not been like a key part of our economy. In ways that you might see it in other municipalities.
So I guess what I'm saying is that the supply is large.
Yes.
There's a lot of homes that really could use
A lot of
this.
opportunity.
A lot of opportunity, so. That's great, thank you very much.
Councillor Payne?
The question was answered in the interim,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, well, I want to thank both of you for coming to present. Theo, great information. Glad you've changed the name. And I just had one general question because it's come up a few times. And it's not about this program. So Carmen, this is to you in terms of, I forget what we called it in the past, but we did have those couple of years where we had sort of like the HomeSave trade show or whatever you. What was it?
Green Home and Energy Show.
Yeah, the Green Home and Energy Show. And I've heard a few people ask about seeing that come back. And I just don't know whether or not you have it potentially somewhere buried in your 2026 work plan that we might see that come back again this year. Just out there, just throwing it out there.
It's a great question, actually. We do have a smaller version of that, just because it is such a big launch year. But going forward, it will be part of our marketing strategy to bring that back. So I think probably by 2027, it'll be like the full show again. But there will be an exciting thing that we're gonna be launching during Earth Month. So sometime in April, we'll be doing some things with partner nonprofit organizations in the community. And the aspect of this would be like electrify and transportation.
Right.
So a bit of mixed with EVs as well.
Okay, so maybe 2027 for a bigger one, but yeah, it's just like people that have been around kind of like, yeah, that was really cool when they did that. And so just to have that on your back burner for
Yeah.
Potential and
Yeah, it's a great show.
2027 sounds good too, so.
Yeah, it's always a good show and we always get so many people come out for even the few hours that, that we host it in the evening.
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks again for coming and doing the presentation.
Thanks so much.
And Councillor Page will be there to support you as you present to the RD in 2 weeks.
Should be fun. We'll be excited.
Okay, Nathan. Not that your time is limited, but you've got 26 minutes.
Chris and Amy promised me 4 hours to do this. Do I cut it that short?
I told him if he was here at 11:30, maybe we could give him 45 minutes if it goes along. We could try and tighten it up.
I can certainly condense some of the material and go through points a little bit quicker, hopefully still retainable.
It was my fault. I ran a little longer than I should.
We do have to pull
Okay.
No, it's escape.
Is it on this same PowerPoint? Oh, it's.
Oh, wait, perfect. It's like yours, I mean, that's
No.
me. You can close that one.
Hey.
Yeah. Efficiency. Mode. Awesome.
So Nathan, before you jump in, please take a moment to introduce yourself and all of the things you do in the city of Nelson, please.
Sure. Yeah, so my name's Nathan Russ. So I'm here today with my IT manager hat on. What the other things that I do for the city of Nelson is finance manager essentially for Nelson Hydro as well. So that's a large part of my role. I'm also manage the CFO contracts for the small municipalities as well. So our contracts for Slocan, New Denver, and Selmo, I manage those contracts as well. But today is about IT. So I've got my IT hat on. I've broken this presentation down into 2 sections. The first section is I'm going to talk more about the operational highlights and the operational budget. And then the second section, I'm gonna talk about capital investment or capital projects and the capital budget. The first section is definitely a little bit longer than the second section, so don't worry, the second section is a little bit shorter. In this first section, I'm gonna go through some of the operational tasks, the unique operational tasks that we're doing, planning for 2026. And also, the last section is really proposed staffing changes. So I'll start going through our 2026 plan, operational plan. So I consciously started off with the cybersecurity bullet point. That's extremely important and a priority for IT and a priority for the city as well. So I'll just kind of go through a few points there, and just as a bit of a refresher on the cybersecurity front, we did hire a cybersecurity consultant about 2 years ago, just over 2 years ago, and conducted a cybersecurity audit. From that audit came several action items that the city needed to pursue to achieve a certain level of cybersecurity standard. So we are about 50 to 60% of the way through these deliverables, so we're making really, really good progress on those audit deliverables. In 2026, some of our focus is really gonna be, I'm not gonna go through every bullet point here, but really policies and procedures as they relate to IT and cybersecurity. So council may see later on in the year some policies come forward for your approval. And we're really working on some internal IT procedures as well to some of our critical assets, critical infrastructure, and critical processes, just to formalize those processes that we have.
City manager wants to say something.
This was required through Nelson Hydro, through the BC Utility Commission as well.
Yeah, a portion of it was. So we started with a city audit that wasn't required through anybody. It was just something that we did on our own accord. But then we had another security audit that was part of a pilot project for Nelson Hydro. So we actually did 2 independent audits, one just focused on hydro and then one focused on the rest of the city. A lot of the action items were pretty similar actually. So we're tackling them both concurrently.
And to the city manager's point, the BCUC had sort of directed all the utilities to kind of look at the utility side of that.
Yeah. Yep, that's right.
And the risk, the why, I think council's probably, fairly aware, but for the people that might watch the recording, why is cybersecurity, like what is the other side of the coin if we don't pursue cybersecurity?
Yeah, it's risk. I mean, as you may know, I mean, the cyber crime industry has grown dramatically over the last few years. I mean, they're leveraging new tools, they're using AI, they're using more powerful computers, but also, what I found really fascinating in this role is the organization of cybercrime is grown exponentially. I've been through cybersecurity presentations where we've actually gone into kind of dark websites to look at the tools that hackers have, and it's truly unbelievable. I think historically we thought, of these hackers as, people living in the basement, really high professional coders and then are developing code to hack systems through the back door. It's not like that anymore. I mean, if you look at some of these sites, they look like Netflix, where they have thousands of toolkits that you or I could buy, without any programming knowledge. And we could just buy these apps, we could implement them. There's profit sharing models. So if I earn money hacking, the Netflix equivalent earns some money. Like these are complex organizations that have developed over the last several years. So it's the landscape has changed dramatically over the last decade.
And if we were, if someone was successful against us, that freezes our ability to functionally deliver our services.
Mm-hmm.
So things come to a grinding halt until such time that we resolve that. There's typically monetary impact with that resolution, hence the profit sharing models amongst these groups. So again, I know council is well versed, but just, the reason why is well substantiated and something that, I remember one of the things, I think one of my first council presentations that you provided was, you know, if you're getting chased by a bear, you wanna make sure that you're not the slowest person there, right? And so there was that idea of, you know, where do we wanna be in that pack so that we don't get picked off, and so I just think that's good context to continue to provide around this file.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thanks for adding to that.
Where did we end up with cybersecurity insurance?
So we
That is
have,
fairly expensive.
yeah, so to qualify for cybersecurity insurance through MIABC, you have to meet a certain criteria. So we're working towards that. That said, we do have limited cybersecurity insurance through a different program. It's called MDR, Managed Detection Response. So that's a service that we organized about a year ago, I think it was. And so what that is we are, even when we're at work, we have another organization that's monitoring the activity in our network. And if they see suspicious things, they can contact us or they can address it directly. And this is important because we're not at the office 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, but they're monitoring our equipment 365 days a year all the time. And they provide a certain level of insurance should we get attacked. Yeah, so we do have some insurance, but we are striving towards different insurance ultimately as well.
And we've had a couple incidents.
Yep.
Share kind of the general nature of.
Yeah, for sure. You know, maybe won't get into the details too much. But the most recent incident that we had is you know, a common one, and it kind of leads into one of my points here, staff security awareness training, where you know, a staff clicked on a link that they shouldn't have. It was a social engineering email, you know, kind of attracting somebody to click on a link and use their Microsoft logins, which they did, which gave the Microsoft login information to the person on the other end, the bad actor, who then attempted to log into our network. Fortunately, they were unsuccessful at trading the defenses that we do have, but these attempts certainly do happen. They are real, and you know, we are the target just like everybody else, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that does lead into one of my points here in regards to security awareness training. We do have security awareness training platform. You know, you've all been invited to participate in that. However, I do feel, you know, in 2026, we need to still strengthen that program. There's some opportunities there. The stats that I hear all the time is about 80% or 85%, depending on who you ask. 85% of the successful attacks are as a result of people, right? As people just accidentally clicking on a link they shouldn't have, or, you know, logging into a website they shouldn't be. It's not, you know, that leaves only 15% of it as successful attacks just kind of coming in through the back end. We have quite robust tools in our back end to protect us, but you know, us humans are kind of the weakest link. We can be deceived sometimes. So that's the importance of this security awareness training, and to really take that seriously and bolster that up a little bit this year. And then the other point here that I'll kind of mention is the business continuity and the incident response planning. You know, that's an important thing for us as well. This incident that I described earlier, you know, we don't have a robust incident response plan, but we kind of had to make an ad hoc plan. I don't like having an incident response plan that's ad hoc, right? We need some formalized plans in place so we know exactly what to do when there's an attack.
Councilor Ward.
Thank you. So part of me feels like we are getting geared up, and then we're attacked, and hopefully we have the robustness to push that off. Is there, after an attack like that, is there police involved? I mean, can we actually because it just feels like we're sitting there waiting.
Yeah.
I mean, is there can we actually say this is where it comes from? And I know we can't talk about it too much.
Yeah. That's a good question. It's definitely not an avenue. I mean, maybe when we have our incident response plan, that will be part of it, or I'll know a little bit more about it once we develop it. We didn't do that in this situation. I mean, we did certainly study what happened and how we can, you know, protect ourselves even more against this type of threat, but we wouldn't have location, you know, a real location, you know, everything's through a VPN. You know, we wouldn't have a name, we wouldn't have an address to, you know, to really give that information to police, but it is a really good point. I mean, and I don't know the answer to that, what they can do, but certainly could be part of our business continuity and incident response plan as to should we be letting police know.
Regularly, police do tell our community, watch out,
Yeah.
this is a scam that's happening, and it seems almost like scammers move through communities.
Yeah.
They look for vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
And so that language is already happening in our community.
Yep.
Like, you know, I'd like the city to be part of that kind of response to that sitting there.
Yeah, it's a good point, and you know, maybe determining at what level we communicate that. When I look at our managed detection response software, I mean, it's showing thousands of you know, attempts to breach the city system per month, right? I mean, it's
very common.
It's extremely common. They're a lot, but it is still nonetheless tools trying to get into our system.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Moving on from cybersecurity, you know, the other focus this year, which you're probably well aware of, you heard about GIS, us moving in GIS resources to the city. So that's another focus, and that falls under the IT realm as well. So we are hiring a GIS analyst. The hiring process started yesterday. So we're in that process now to hire our first GIS employee. And their main focus for 2026 and our main focus as for GIS is planning the transition from RDCK data or our data from RDCK in-house. That's number one. Number two is NG 911 GIS compliance. So just making sure the data that we do have is compliant with the NG 911 system, because in 2027 we're going to need GIS data to be compliant. And then, as you're well aware as well, Nelson Hydro has already GIS implemented, but this employee will help, you know, further develop their applications and their tools within the GIS system. And then finally, along with the help from the steering committee, GIS steering committee, this employee will help plan and for GIS improvements beyond 2026. So I really want them to be forward-looking, look at 27 and 28 and determine what our priorities are for the city in regards to GIS tools and where we can there's some efficiencies.
Shared with the council with a fire dispatch and just the addressing work our fire chief is going through to, you know, correct addressing before we can effectively launch fire dispatch, so.
Yeah, so this person will provide support to somebody like Jeff who can kind of look at the data, run them through the NG 911 GIS tools to evaluate any deficiencies and then correct those deficiencies. Okay, and the last two, or really the last one, strategic IT review. So recently we've hired a consultant, you know, a relatively low, relatively small contract. We started in November, where we brought on a consultant to review at a high level a few initiatives that involve IT. So first off is staffing levels, just to do a bit of a review on kind of where we are with staffing levels compared to the effort and the work required in the IT team. Second is service delivery strategy. So really just to look at what services we do deliver internally and how are there some opportunities to deliver those services differently, and also to help define what those services are. We've never done that in the IT team before, have a really clear you know, agreement with the city and, you know, what do we need and what levels of service do we provide. So that's kind of the insight I'm looking for. We get far more service requests from staff than we can possibly service given our staffing levels. And you know, it's possibly because we don't have those bookends. We don't understand, okay, truly what do we want the IT team to do and what services do we want to provide? Because we can't do everything with current staffing levels. So I want them to look at that. And then the last point I want them to look at is the information management aspect of our business, and this does incorporate records management as well. As you know, Lisa and Sarah are working on the records management side. The information management, you know, in my opinion, is just kind of a step higher. So it really looks at how people access information, where people access information from, what tools do we have, what records management tools do we have. We've certainly heard from staff that, you know, they've been struggling sometimes locating documents, understanding where to find documents, where to save documents, and kind of what the best practices are. And maybe there are some tools there are likely some better tools out there that we could leverage to help with that. So.
And also just how we collaborate with each other when we're working on shared documents and shared things instead of, you know, emailing them and having multiple copies floating around and, you know, which one is the most recent and who's updating this, is to be able to work on things together and produce documents that, you know, have that collaborative input from everyone.
It's a good point. I mean, we do hear often where it's, you know, there's multiple versions of the same document going around. When one staff is working on one, they're not sure if that's the final one, or, you know, somebody working on one, another person working on the other, and then merging them together. It's just inefficient. You know, there are some better solutions for that, and we're just looking for a bit of advice.
Last piece is, you know, what kind of tools or software do we consolidate around where, you know, GIS is going to be a key piece of software, and, you know, we have, you know, I think I gave the example of fire the other day. They have 4 pieces of software that will all be able to reside on this new piece of software that will accomplish everything from their call-outs to their pre-plans to their fire inspections to their et cetera. So we really want to not have all these individual pieces of software across the organization for specific tasks. We want to, if GIS can be the solution for anything that has an address attached to it, then, or a location attached to it, then we want to build tools off GIS instead of all these other pieces of software. And we're hoping that saves licensing costs as well.
The last bullet point I won't go through. These are not unique to this year. I just wanted to highlight some ongoing activities that IT does. This is an extremely short list. IT does a lot in the background, and I'm super proud of the work that they do. They have a lot on their plate, and they do it really well, and they're doing their best prioritizing. Now, the last component of this operating plan I want to touch on is the proposed staffing changes, which I mentioned before. So I've just included kind of a status quo of our organizational chart from an IT perspective. So I'll just run through it really quickly. So of course we have the Director of Finance and IT sitting beside me, our CFO, then myself, IT Manager, as I mentioned in the introduction, you know, part-time IT Manager because I have other responsibilities as well. And then there's Calum, who's sitting back there, IT lead hand, has been with the organization quite a while, extremely valuable asset, and he's done a great job at mentoring the team. And then below that, we have currently 2 IT analysts. Typically we have 3, one position is vacant at the moment. And then we have our IT help desk technician, Dave, as well. And our 2 analysts, I should mention their name, Nick and Dylan, awesome. We really do have a great team. As you can see in kind of the yellow bubble there or square, IT consultant or virtual chief information security officer. Other things that me and my team manage are several consultants as well. We have an NG911 consultant helping us through that process. We also have our NG911 vendor who've been working with the last several years to further that project. As mentioned before, we've hired this kind of strategic IT consultant in November. And then we also have a cybersecurity consultant helping us through those policy developments as well. So there is a lot going on the consulting side as well that we do have to manage.
Which makes sense, you know, to have the expertise in-house for some of these projects is pretty challenging. There's other folks who do this, specialize in this, that's their business, right?
Yep.
So it makes sense to reach out to them for these special projects. That way.
Yeah, it's been quite good so far, for sure. These are specialized roles. And then on the right side, you see kind of grayed out here because it's a vacant position, the GIS analyst. So this is new, of course, and we are going through that hiring process as mentioned before.
As we all know, IT is only gonna grow in organizations such as ours. So, I guess for CFO, I mean, are we, we must be knowing that we're gonna have to put more energy and money into IT as it grows, complexity.
Yeah, it's a sizable part of our budget. And, you know, we looked at what CPP was and our other inflation costs. You know, our vendors and, you know, hardware costs and things like that do tend to go up higher than CPP. It's been like that, you know, as long as I can remember that, you know, even though inflation might be 2%, you're seeing 5% increases in your software and hardware costs. So yeah, it's a big part of our business. It's, you know, the public kind of expects to be able to do more business online and do less in person. And there are efficiencies to be gained from software too. It's not, or from IT, it's not all just an added cost. Like there's savings in other areas by becoming more efficient.
Yeah, I almost see it in my mind as a kind of protective service.
Yeah.
Because of what it protects.
Yeah, you know, the equipment within IT, you know, or that IT manages is certainly the backbone of the organization.
Yeah.
That's where all the information, all the productivity is held.
Right.
So it is clearly a critical component. So, you know, I guess the proposed ask here is, you know, the full-time IT manager component, you know, and Chris and I were chatting about this the other day, and you know, we were kind of going over, well, what's changed, you know, to kind of move us from a part-time IT person to a full-time IT person. I've got a few points that I wanted to go over. You know, first off, you know, the number of staff in the city has grown over the last, you know, 5 to 10 years. I don't have the exact numbers or what percentage, but every time we do add staff, that does add another body that we do need to service within IT. The IT staff number have grown within the department as well now with GIS, and also hiring a third analyst a couple years ago. There's more staff in the IT team. To your point, Councillor, increasing technology reliance, right? We have more platforms within the city than we ever used to. You know, think GIS, you know, which is going to be new to us. NG911 system is a great example because the old E911 system was so simple in comparison to the new NG911 system. And it's our IT team that is going to manage that. You know, it's okay.
Because you went from GIS to NG911 really quickly. Can you help me understand the GIS analyst here? Is that separate than the GIS analyst in in Nelson Hydro?
Nelson Hydro doesn't have a GIS analyst right now. They are subcontracting somebody to help them develop their GIS. Okay. So we have a consultant or a contractor. Eventually that person will move on and the work that they're doing will be replaced by GIS. So
there was a proposed analyst in that budget.
To your point, there's just one person and it's shared resource.
In the same way you're shared.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
Thanks for
Same human 50-50-ish.
Exactly. Well, and to more to Nathan's point about the 2026 work plan, the GIS analyst would be working on all of the stuff that Nathan mentioned. That would be on the city side of it, but they're also going to be working on the Nelson Hydro side of working with that current consultant to sort of get up and running on their system to be able to better support them. So taking advantage of that opportunity with the time that Nelson Hydro pays for them.
So one human.
Yep. Yeah.
Maybe their hours would be coded in 2 places. Is that
correct?
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. You know, we have more cybersecurity tools than we ever had before, you know, as a result of this new emphasis on cybersecurity, more complex IT infrastructure. Caleb shared with me when he first started, we had 3 servers at the organization. Now we have 65. And so it's a long time span. That's 19-ish years, I think Caleb's been here, but still, I mean, that kind of shows the reliance on technology is growing more and more and more. Now, I'm not saying it's 20 times more effort to service them, but it's certainly double or triple, right? Also, as Chris mentioned, or the CFO mentioned, increasing expectations from residents, right? I mean, 10 years ago, people weren't paying bills online, looking at maps online. But now, you know, there's an increasing expectation to pay bills online. apply for permits online, all that kind of stuff. So there's increasing demand from residents, but also increasing expectations internally from staff. There's way more apps out there, and teams want to gain efficiencies by leveraging different applications, which is great, good business decisions. They're becoming more efficient within their departments, but every time we do add software, it does place more work on IT as well. Worth it, but there needs to be, there is a recognition that the more software we have, the more IT is involved. Remote work, so this is something, pre-COVID, everybody had desktop computers, nobody moved their computers around. Now all of our hardware rollouts are laptops. I mean, we realize there's advantages of people being able to take laptops into meetings. They're can provide some efficiencies that way, but also from a perspective of business continuity. If a COVID type thing happens again, people can still work from home, but that brings in extra complications from a network perspective. How do people access information remotely? So again, more complex. And then so I guess my final point, given all these changes in the last 5 to 10 years in regards to IT, the increasing demand for everything, I really strongly feel that a full-time IT manager, is required to meet these demands. And one step further, I would just say, in regards to just meeting these baseline demands, I do think there's significant opportunity to streamline the IT department even more, improve efficiencies within the IT department even more, improve processes, improve communication, and really promote IT as a strategic partner for the city. And I think a full-time IT manager can really bring IT to the next level. We do have a really, really strong team, but just that kind of strategic lens that I think that's lacking right now. So how does that relate to budgets? And sorry, I'm moving a little bit quickly through this, but I'll just give it's a pretty simple, pretty small budget here. Just gonna kind of go through these line items really quickly. So rental revenue, so IT brings in around $140,000 in revenue. So that is the co-location room, which is basically our server room. We rent out some racks to other organizations. We earn a bit of revenue from that. But the majority of that is our Nelson Fiber program, where we don't provide internet service, but we provide the physical lines that connect the internet, fiber optic lines. We earn around $100,000 a year of revenue from that. Salaries and benefits, this is where you'll see the majority of the change. Budget year over year, around 30% increase. And so that would be, again, for GIS staff and full-time IT managers. That is included in this budget.
That doesn't seem like enough.
Yeah, I was just gonna address that. So this budget presented here is the net funding that would be required from taxation. As we kind of alluded to with that GIS position, a portion of these salaries are allocated to utility services like hydro, water, and so forth. So this is just basically what's left over being funded by taxation.
It's the same story with
Yeah.
HR, with finance, and there's the general government portion of that, and then there's, when we do the utility budgets, there's IT and HR in that piece as well, so.
And then so at the end of the day, you subtract your revenue from your expenses, and then so your net operating costs, $277,000 compared to our budget last year, which was about $221,000. So about a 25% increase.
Through the chair, is there any opportunity to renegotiate the rental revenue? It sounds like, because the internet providers are paying that. Is that correct? Like TELUS and Shaw and whoever?
No, the rental revenues in the co-location, there would be like, I don't know if I should say who they are, but
Okay.
there's several different organizations that just rent space, rent racks. So they have their servers and computers in our racks, in our room.
Yeah.
And they pay us a monthly rent for that.
Okay, is there any opportunity to have internet providers pay rent on the lines that we own?
We have tried that for a number of years.
Yeah, have you? Okay, it's my first time thinking of it. You're ahead of me. How's that going?
Now that we know we got the
Yeah,
gas thing,
Yeah, we've had those discussions with Sean and TELUS for a number of years. We never quite got there, so Caleb, I don't know if you want to expand on it. It's not so much the Shaws and the TELUS as it's the smaller providers, right?
We rent our own dark fiber lines to local service providers, like
Yeah.
Hobby Wireless,
Yeah.
HC, so they rent about 110 lines in town, including like college and school districts.
Yeah.
But Tells and Shaw want to run their own lines. I
Oh,
think there's a lot of illegal requirements, they can't really rent lines from a third party, so they just have to run their own lines. So Tells and Shaw just run their own fiber optics,
Okay.
or a cable or copper.
attached to my house whether I want it or not.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Gail. Okay, I'll move on from the operating budget if there's no more questions and move on to the capital. The capital, like I said, is much shorter, so bear with me here. So in regards to capital, just wanted to highlight a couple items here. So the first one, core IT infrastructure, is due for replacement. So just to be clear, this isn't any new equipment we're asking for in the sense of like expansion or anything like that. We just need to replace our existing core infrastructure equipment. So that's servers, storage devices, and then the software to manage those servers, warranty, and service contracts for that equipment. So it's just up for our normal replacement cycle. Costs have gone up significantly with our current solution. So if we were to replace our equipment with the exact same hardware and the exact same software, the cost would be about 1.2 million, where about when we bought this originally pre-COVID, it was just under 300,000. And sorry, I should say, this is also over 5 years. The life expectancy of this equipment is 5 years, so it's not an annual cost or anything like that. But we're not planning to spend 1.2 million. We are looking at alternatives right now that are equally as good, just different brands and different software running them for that sub $600,000 mark. So we are still evaluating our options. We haven't, and we because of the dollar amount, we will need to go to RFP as well. But it should be sub 600,000, which is about $120,000 a year.
May I ask a question?
Yep.
Do we have capital reserves for this?
We do, yes.
Yeah, this is coming from reserves.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
yeah.
Thank you.
And beyond that core infrastructure replacement, NG911, as you've probably heard the last couple of years, or at least me talked about it over the last couple of years, that's kind of the other major capital project that's in our budget. Just as a reminder, the large majority, probably 98% is grant funded, and that grant funding is provincial and it's administered by UBCM. Where we are to date with the NG911 project, I'm really oversimplifying the steps here, but because it is a very complicated project. Infrastructure has been installed, so all the equipment is installed, and we are now in the TELUS testing phase. So that phase is about 6 months, where we have calls with TELUS and they're testing hundreds of different aspects of the NG911 system, and the system won't be allowed to be live and connected until all those tests are done. It's a standard procedure. And then after that is complete, probably in the summer of 2026, or maybe a little bit later, there'll be training. That'll only take a week or two, and that's training the dispatch staff. So that'll likely be fall in 2026, and then our target go live date is September 2026.
Do you want to remind people when sort of the CRTC deadline is for that?
Yep, it's changed multiple times, but now it is March 31st, 2027. That's the deadline from CRTC.
Councillor Page has a question.
I'm probably wondering when I was gonna throw a monkey in the wrench.
You have been quiet, yeah.
Here's the monkey. I look at this repairable 5-year term cycle, and I'm curious, when we've had conversations about food cyclers and their longevity, when we look at the amount of services that are now being provided, look at the shift in the right to repair. Many of the major vendors now provide genuine parts, battery replacements, screen replacements, hard drives, especially on the front end workstation side. Windows 11 will support things for probably a good decade. So how are we looking at moving that expectation of a 5-year cycle rate to a 7-year or an 8-year? Because a lot of the hardware, I don't think we're still chasing the same kind of performance metrics that we used to be. starting to see a plateauing in a certain respect?
Yeah, I mean, so from my understanding, we're at the mercy of the vendors to a certain extent on some of the equipment, on how long they will support it.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, if they stop providing security patches, we wouldn't be prudent to use that, we wouldn't be able to use that anymore. So we'll go as long as we can, providing that they're gonna support those assets. I think that the 5-year span and the costs over that 5 years is mostly with the storage devices. And we have asked our cybersecurity consultants as well about the life expectancy on their storage assets, and they're saying 5 years is typical. What's a little bit longer we can probably draw out are the servers. They can last 7 years, 8 years. And what we do, so for these assets, we are gonna replace those servers, but we're gonna repurpose those servers that are 5 years old within like a redundancy position throughout the city. So we're not throwing them out, we're not getting rid of them, we're just repurposing those that are a bit older so we can extend the life in a couple of years. But to your point about that 5 years, that's the information we're getting back from the several vendors that we've contacted, that that's how long they're willing to support their storage devices for.
And I think like part of this point that Nathan's making is, Nathan, it can be misleading when you see part-time IT manager, because you picture a 50-50 split. And as Nathan explained, the amount of time that he has to spend on the IT portfolio is not that significant with all the other responsibilities he has. So that's where the value of having an IT manager come in that can start looking at these strategic initiatives really will start paying off in the longer run, because there's more horsepower to be able to think about that, how we can change things, how that would pay off, and what we need to do to make that all work. So I think that speaks to a resourcing thing that, me being, still relatively new to the organization, I've recognized that we've done in a couple of different ways, right? Facilities is another good example. We have some more resources that are dedicated to that, and now we're getting to a point where we're able to plan and come up with a good strategy for our facilities that will, future-proof us, which is, of course, one of council's major strategies for the term. So this is another step where we're bringing somebody in that can have the dedicated time to make sure that we're doing the right things, as opposed to sort of keeping things going the way that we were doing them and just clicking along. So it allows time for more analysis, more strategy to be built around that.
Yeah, totally agree. It is the strategic component that's missing. I mean, when you're so part-time, I mean, you're doing the necessities, that have to get done, but those aren't really strategic. But at that point, I mean, we are seeking outside advice for that. We are looking at our cybersecurity consultant to provide input on that and what's reasonable, and we are planning the other consultant that we have hired, we're going to consult with them, and longevity and stuff too, so.
And I think, end of life was fall of 2026. We wanna make sure it's in our 2026 budget, but this is a project that you'll be working on at the beginning of the year to try and look at those alternatives and just sort of see how we can get the best bang for our buck.
Yep, and some of the alternatives that we are considering, like we are considering cloud as an alternative. We're considering hybrid solutions as well, which part cloud, part on-prem, and we're considering all on-prem. So we are considering all those options. There are benefits to moving to the cloud where you're not worrying about replacement cycles anymore. That's managed by somebody else. You're not managing the infrastructure, that's done by somebody else. So we are looking at those options for sure. We just haven't narrowed down which option that's for us yet.
So at this stage, you're saying the cost, regardless of the option, is likely this $120,000 a year?
Yeah, it's about 600,000 for 5 years. We're benchmarking everything to a 5-year term. If we can get more life out of it, great, but
If we went cloud-based, we would probably still be paying in that range to.
Yep, that's right. Yep, all of the solutions we've looked at so far are honestly pretty comparable. It would be unrealistic to go cloud for everything, because there are certain applications here that will require higher speed and on-prem infrastructure. But so full cloud is probably not realistic, but a hybrid solution, could be realistic. When we look at the cost for that, there could be some other benefits, but it wasn't dramatically different from an on-prem solution either. But we are evaluating those options for sure.
Councillor Payne?
I'm interested both from a financial and a resource perspective on what happens when this equipment is no longer in use,
Like physically what happens to the gear?
physically and financially, because we know that the metals are one of the things causing the price increases beyond the consumer price index and all of those things. So how are they being recovered? Is there any producer responsibility around these products coming online, or?
It's a good question. I can tell you physically what we do with them. I mean, we do recycle. Well, the first thing that we try to use, like the reuse, recycle, reuse is first.
Yeah.
We do try to repurpose these assets as best as we can. If they're no longer supported, for example, you could have physical assets that work fine, but if they're no longer providing security patches for that hardware, it's way too much of a risk for us to, use it on a public network or.
For the city.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of like my iPhone is so old, they're not upgraded anymore.
Exactly.
I can still make calls anytime,
Yeah.
so I'm.
Exactly. Physically it works, but you may be compromising your security if there's no security updates for it, right? So we wanna be conscious of that for the city. When we can't repurpose, we do recycle the items. We do have a company that comes and picks up assets that does recycle the material where they physically go after we.
Is there any cost recovery around that?
I don't believe so.
Just curious, thank you.
Last slide, just jumping back to the 911, I just wanted to share, I kind of shared where we're at today. We're at with testing with TELUS. I wanted to share a couple little charts on where Canada is at and where the provinces are at. So the chart on the left it shows in blue how many PSAPs, and just think of PSAP stands for Public Safety Answering Point. Think of just dispatch center. So like how many dispatch centers are either in the testing phase or live. So you can see in BC, 2 out of 24 are in that testing phase or live. Within Canada, it's 53 are in the testing phase or live out of 225. And then the chart on the right kind of shows that as well. This is a stats of how many PSAPs are in that testing phase. And you can see by the orange, about 60% are not even started testing yet. Yellow is ready to test but haven't started testing yet. They're probably waiting for TELUS or waiting for their service provider. And then in progress, that's where we are. That light green, they're in the testing phase. That's where we would fit in. And then finally, the dark green on the far right, those are the entities who are fully live with NG911 within Canada. And so it's around that 10 or 12% PSAPs. So we're well ahead of the curve on NG911, even though it has been delayed a few times. CRTC has delayed their deadline several times. And it is, we've been working on it for years. We are ahead of the curve on that by quite a margin.
So when you look at that box there at the bottom and it says BC2, we're one of those.
Yeah.
That's
Nice.
amazing.
Do you get like a plaque or something?
Yeah, like a little
Hey,
award.
I like the idea. Yeah, I would
A
promote
sash?
that. Yeah. I'm up for it for sure. Yeah.
Stars at least.
Yeah. Although honestly, I shouldn't get it. It should be that.
I know he
Yeah,
blushed
sure,
when I
sure.
said that.
Yeah.
He was like, well, maybe.
Honestly, Calum is the horsepower behind this project. He's honestly, it's a very complicated project.
No
and he's
doubt.
been on it. Yeah.
And it does, those stats show the uniqueness of Nelson.
Yep.
We're one of 200 and something in the whole country.
Yeah, and it used to be 353, I think it was, or something like that, but because of this NG911 transition, kind of like our fire, PSAPs have dropped off and say, it's not feasible for us, we're not doing it, we're gonna outsource. So that even the 225, like it used to be higher, but yeah, it's smaller now. Yeah. sorry, there's one more slide, there's the whole budget piece, that's what we're here for, sorry. Okay, this will be quick. Really, I'll just draw your attention to really just two things. The NG 911 component, as you can see in the budget, about 2.2 million, so it's budgeted for 2026. All that is grant funded through that UBCM administered grant. And then finally, the last larger item is the bottom line item, the other hardware replacement. That's that core IT infrastructure that I was talking about at that $600,000.
Can I just ask one question, Mayor? When we dip into our reserve, how much of our reserve?
There's like a couple columns there, grant, and then there's another reserve, so you can see that 999,900
It's a
is
million
the
bucks.
reserve impact of
Specific.
IT.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then to build that back up will take,
Yeah, that's with the other hardware replacements there, the 600,000, that's something that we don't have every year, right? So normally we're drawing on, less than half of that each year, so this is kind of a big hit on that, so yeah, we'll take time to build back up our reserve to recover that. I'd have to look at how long
probably
that
take
takes,
5
but-
years and then we'll have to do a
Yeah,
replacement.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how these work, I mean,
Yeah.
right, if you're spending 600,000 and you expect over 5 years, we should be, putting that 120 aside every year, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Lockwood.
I'd be happy to take this conversation to lunch, but if
I thought you were gonna say to the beginning.
I was gonna say,
I didn't say that over. Lunch can wait. No, if it's gonna be a long answer, let's talk about lunch. Will NG 911, I'm assuming it's gonna improve our response times, fire, it's gonna accuracy of getting a truck to the right, that kind of thing is the intent, right, of NG 911. So what impact will that have on insurance rates, on the other things that response affects?
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that from an IT perspective, honestly, police might be able to, they're more in that universe of, impact for answering call times and stuff like that.
It doesn't affect that circle, you know how you draw a circle around the fire station and say, this insurance rates are this, does it increase the circle at all?
So,
I don't know,
yeah.
not that I've ever heard in any 911
say-
conversations.
We're caught in the big city system, right?
Right,
Like,
so it's not gonna have much effect
like I
for
think
us, really.
we know where, there's, we're not responding to the wrong place.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
'Cause
We know where
there's-
we're going.
Right, so.
Yeah, it always seemed a
So
little
I think
bit-
we're caught in the,
but I thought-
everyone had to upgrade to this
This is the,
fanciest
it's
system.
everybody has to do it. So
Yeah.
our system worked, the rest of the province hated it. You go to a police meeting, you go to a provincial police meeting, the only thing they talk about, like police boards talk about, is e-com. That's the only thing, and it's like, and Nelson sits there, like, the police board, we're all there and we're like,
Okay.
yeah, okay, we don't have any of these problems, like,
Yeah,
we don't.
okay.
I think
So we're fixing a problem, and because of the magnitude of the problem that has to be fixed everywhere else, we're swept up in it. I don't think you're gonna see insurance change or,
picks up cell phones and texts and, there's definitely, if you're laying on the street somewhere and.
maybe if you
increased
lost
safety,
people, there could be
yeah.
increased safety, I mean.
And will search and rescue be looped into this at all? Not directly, but, okay,
I don't
but we
know.
might be able to give
Sorry.
more pinpoint
Yeah,
accuracy if there's somebody
It's like
lost
lunchtime.
somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't,
It will
I
come
don't think
through
directly.
911, they'll say that, this is the exact location of that person somewhere up on the mountain if there's.
And search and rescue is not usually triggered by a 911 call, search and rescue is triggered by the fact that you made a 911 call. And then that one, decides, we now need to get search and rescue. They're not in the immediate dispatch loop.
And I think, sorry, just to continue on your point a little bit, there are, from information I know, like our call statistics were quite good, even with the old E911 system, and that's likely because we have local dispatching and they know the area, they can kind of figure out where people are. But this is, NG911 is designed, but I mean, we have to do it, so we have no choice, but it is designed to improve services. And an example that I like to kind of highlight, say there's, an abusive relationship and, somebody's locked themselves in a bathroom and doesn't wanna alert the other person on the other side of the bathroom door, they will be able to text 911.
Right.
you know, as opposed to a call where the other person would hear them, you know, like
It's a good
there are little things like that that are gonna be huge improvements in the service that E911 just didn't have.
Yeah, that makes sense, thanks.
Council Panero.
So yeah, like sort of everybody recognizes that this is fixing a problem that we don't have at a gigantic price tag, but we're not paying that price tag. Does next generation 911, like the implementation of it is obviously wildly expensive. Is the maintenance of it, is there an added cost to that as well? And the province or we have to take on that cost at some point.
So I can answer that. So what the deal that we've locked in with our supplier is all the price that we're paying for NG 911 is a 10-year term. So all these costs are over a 10-year term, and that's kind of a unique thing that we negotiated as opposed to a 5-year replacement cycle because their equipment is on a 5-year replacement cycle. This will be for a 10-year term for us, so that, you know, that's a positive thing. After that, I don't know what grant funding will be available, if there'll be operational support. There certainly is talk about the 911, you know, having 911 charges on people's cell phone to contribute to things like this.
They're
But
gonna
nothing
charge
confirmed.
you to call 911?
Well, just like they have on landlines. Yeah, sorry. Like on landline, if you have a landline, you'll see as part of your bill like a 911 fee, but they don't have that on cell phones, I don't believe. But they're, you know, exploring options to charge that, and so maybe some of that funding would come to the city, but I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna be the case, but I know it's conversations. Yeah.
It's supposed to be coming down the line.
There'll be 225 PSAPs 5 to 10 years from now that are gonna be asking that question though, what do we do now? So.
Yeah. Because the cost to maintain is significantly higher than E911. You know, from a physical perspective, our old equipment fit in half a gear rack, which is like a 6-foot tall rack, fit, you know, it's basically that much gear. This new equipment is multiple 6-foot tall racks. So thinking about the physical space, there's lots more redundancies involved. You know, like it's a more complex system. So yeah, it's gonna cost more maintenance.
So we're totally stuck with this, but it's just worth saying that it's a terrible
On
idea.
that 10 years, you know, we may make a decision that we can't.
Yeah.
Just or 911 anymore.
Like 911 at all?
Well, you'd
go
go
to
to
e-com.
e-com.
Go with e-com or something, yeah.
Go to the third parties.
So we would evaluate our options in, you know, year 8 maybe, we would evaluate our options again, look at the cost, look, see if there's funding opportunities, and make the determination again, for sure.
All those e-com municipalities are seeing significantly higher costs as well on an ongoing basis as well.
And, you know, questionable service levels.
Yeah.
And what they're getting for that, yeah.
And because of that, at that time, they said they could not accommodate us. So that was one of the,
Yeah, we did reach out, had some conversations with them, and they pretty much flat out said, we can't take you on. We just don't have the capacity.
Doesn't mean that won't be the case in 10 years
Yeah.
from now, but, you know, they're having recruitment challenges and whatnot, but.
Yeah.
they're going through their own NG 911 transition.
Okay, seeing no further questions, and now we have half an hour, council for lunch. So, and I do believe it's here probably somewhere. So thank you, Nathan, and thank you. Just like, I was gonna say, did you have lunch when you walked by it?
I did pass it though.
Okay, so there we go. So we'll recess for a short break here for 30 minutes, and then we will be back. from Terry and her team. We've got Farmers Market, Youth Center, and Campground, and then we'll be finishing up with the city-owned lease policy. So, so as to make sure that we get out on time, or maybe a few minutes earlier, we'll just jump right in. So first up is Farmers Market, and I see Allison's here with Terry. So over to both of you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I trust this morning's session went well, was informative, and hopefully right on time for you guys. And for those that haven't seen, Happy New Year. Hopefully we're all entering 2026 with an appropriate amount of reflection of where we've been and some excitement about where we're heading in 2026. I don't know.
Did we get this one?
Yeah.
Email from Amy yesterday.
I didn't see this one in that email from Amy yesterday.
Was there 3 in there?
I see HomeSave IT budget. Oh, wait, maybe there's 4. Wait. I see it, thank you, apologies.
Oh, no, that was great. Okay. I was like, what did I do wrong already?
No, gosh. It would have been Amy's fault.
I needed that, thank you. I don't often get a chance to present in front of council, but for those that might not know that my name is Terry. I'm Terry, I'm the manager of Youth and Community Programs here at the City of Nelson. I've been in this role for 3 years. It's a dynamic portfolio and it's comprised of 3 different programs: the Nelson Farmers Market, the Nelson and District Youth Center, which I may refer to as the Youth Center or just the NDYC, and the Nelson City Campground. The programs keep me busy, keep me engaged, and sometimes keep me entertained. But what really motivates me is the opportunity to empower my staff team. So today I have brought Allie. Sorry, one more time. How do you pronounce her last name? Slosher. Thank you. She is our market coordinator for the Farmers Market portfolio.
Award-winning?
Pardon? Potentially.
The award winning, we're hoping she wins the award.
Oh, I'll get to that, Councillor Page. Let me move the slide. We're here today to lead a discussion of our programming through a financial lens, as these are budget presentations. But we are excited to return, as schedules allow, to council before the spring to facilitate a workshop specific to market programming, so we can really elaborate on work plans for 2026, operational decisions that are in the works, updated documents to present, such as the vendor handbook and updated terms of reference. I just really want to show that staff have truly been working hard behind the scenes to create a successful and celebrated 2026 market season. And so we look forward to coming back, but in the meantime, I'd like to start talking about our program. We maintained a valued platform for local farmers, food producers, and artisans while navigating a complex operating season. So a breakdown of our vendor groups under the farm category, which includes produce, canned goods, flowers, garlic, herbs, eggs, honey, cheese, meat, poultry, and orchards. We had 7 new vendors. Under the category of food and beverage, we had alcohol, bakeries, chocolate, coffee, donuts, packaged foods, ready-to-eat foods, coffee alternatives, specialty drinks, and tea. Did I miss anything there?
I don't think so, you got it all.
We had 5 new vendors in this category. Artisans that focus on apothecary, did I say that right?
Got
it. Bath, body, home, candles, and glasswork, we had 12 new vendors. Artisans that specialize in jewelry, leatherwork, metalwork, and pottery, we again had 12 new vendors for this category. Artisans that work with textiles and woodwork, we had 8 new vendors. In terms of community groups that often educate the community through our market programming, we had 9 new not-for-profit organizations. A wait list of vendors in 2025, we had 60. We were actually able to successfully accommodate 55 of those vendors within market programming throughout the season. So we had a total of 258 vendors. Last year, in 2024, we had 198 vendors. This represents a 30% growth in the vendors that were actually able to successfully vend in our market programming. We enhanced community well-being and downtown vitality through well-attended weekly markets that fostered social connection and inclusive public space. We had a change in venue at the beginning of the 2025 season. I believe it was the right decision in the circumstances, mostly based on construction issues. However, the execution was not successful. We experienced some surprising outcomes. The venue change for our midweek market was highly publicized. And what market staff experienced was unprecedented support from those entities within the community that had previously been very vocal against our markets. For example, businesses who were previously concerned about the lack of parking from their own customer base, issues with the delivery services because community members were driving in back alleys, and in general competition, having a food vendor that might offer the same food product as a restaurant mere steps away. Those businesses that had been previously vocal against our program suddenly were very vocal in wanting to bring our program back to the downtown core, and it was a surprising benefit. Community members who would complain about traffic patterns and general congestion in the downtown core, complained about the negative impact and their accessibility to medical services and appointments, were suddenly very supportive in social media and in their greater community about bringing it back. And again, we're focusing on the positive here. Vendors who had been concerned about lack of potable water on Baker Street, sanitation concerns with the washroom facility. Suddenly they were very vocal in wanting to communicate with us that they wanted to be at the 600 block of Baker Street. We supported youth employment and skill development through meaningful seasonal jobs and volunteer opportunities. The total breakdown there, we had 3 returning support staff with 3 new support staff, and we had 10 volunteers, mostly related to market special events that helped us deliver our programming. 2025 key initiatives. One of the key highlights for the 2025 season for me, for vendors, for community members, really for anyone who interacted with her all throughout the season, would agree that one of the highlights was our new market coordinator, Allie. Allie joined, she really deserves that. She joined our staff team in June, and I remember, but you might not, we didn't have a market coordinator for most of May. So it might have been my most stressful interview process with the most highest reward. She had been a vendor within our market programming for 3 years, and she had certainly won the respect of fellow vendors. And her joining our staff team was really well received within the community, and it was a turning point in us reestablishing the necessary trust between us and the vendor community. I want to further elaborate and brag just a little bit if you'll bear with me. The BC AFM has annual awards, the BC AFM standing for the British Columbia Association of Farmers Markets. It's our guiding organization that drives success within the sector across the province. Allie was nominated under the category of Most Outstanding Community Impact by a market coordinator. She has been longlisted to 15 fellow nominees. Within the next couple of weeks, that list will be shortlisted to 3. I mention this with excitement because throughout all of 2025, what we did well was create a really good communication with our guiding organization. They know our program, they know Allie very well, and Allie actually will be attending the BCAFM annual conference in March when they announce the winners. And I'm sure everyone in this room wishes you the best in luck and how that might work out for you. And it's a year of record number of nominations that were provided to the BCFM. So the fact that our coordinator was nominated is truly special. Next up, I want to talk about resilience and adaptability as a key highlight of the 2025 season. The 2025 season wasn't an easy one for our market portfolio, but it was a defining one. The farmers market demonstrated resilience, not by avoiding challenges, but by adopting, learning, and continuing to serve both vendors and the broader Nelson community. The 2025 season required the market to operate in the context of ongoing external pressures, including evolving public expectations of downtown space, vendor capacity issues, and we always deal with weather variability.
We got lucky last year.
We got
That was
so
like the most
lucky.
beautiful market.
That should be a highlight. We had beautiful weather.
It was stunning. I think we had one smoky day, which is pretty incredible for summer.
Despite these challenges, the market continued to operate consistently, safely, and in alignment with city values. Staff demonstrated flexibility in day-to-day operations, adjusting layouts, logistics, and on-site coordination as conditions continually changed. Real-time problem solving was required to respond to vendor needs, site constraints and public safety considerations very specific to new policies related to the requirement of any outdoor community event that requires a street closure, required some hard barriers for community safety. Maintaining a supportive, communicative relationship with vendors was a priority during a difficult season. Efforts were made to balance program standards with empathy and flexibility, recognizing the financial and operational pressures facing small-scale producers and the artisans. Even in a challenging year, the farmers market remained a consistent and reliable presence within our community. The ability to stay on course reinforced the market's role as a cornerstone of Nelson's local food and artistic economy. Challenges in 2025 provided valuable insight into operational vulnerabilities and areas for improvement for future market seasons. The experience has informed planning, risk management, and program adjustments moving forward, strengthening the market's long-term sustainability. And again, we really look forward to coming back as schedules allow to come back and talk about all of those big changes. This season highlighted the importance of strong on-site leadership, clear decision-making, and staff resilience. The ability of staff to navigate pressure while maintaining professionalism and public trust was a key factor in what I feel was a successful season in the end. I'd like to turn the floor over to Ali so she can highlight the success of our coupon nutrition program.
I'm very passionate about this program. When we talk about local food security, we're really talking about something very simple but very powerful. Whether people in our community can reliably access enough healthy, nutritious food that's grown close to home. It's not just about food existing somewhere, it's about food being reachable, affordable, and consistent. And it's about building a system that works for everyone, not just those who can afford it. That's where the BCAFM, which is the Farmers Market Association, nutrition coupon program plays such a critical role. These coupons support low-income families, seniors, and pregnant people by reducing financial barriers to healthy food. But what makes this program truly unique is that it doesn't just help individuals, it also directly supports our local farms. Every dollar in coupons goes directly back into farmers' pockets, dollar for dollar, increasing their sales revenue and helping keep small farms viable. It's a rare program that strengthens food access and farm sustainability at the same time. This past year, the Nelson Farmers Market reached a record high for coupon redemptions. In 2025, we had a redemption rate of 97.17%.
Can you say that one more time?
97.17, which is huge. It's up from approximately 69.02 the previous year. So it's a 41% increase. The number matters because it tells us that people weren't just receiving these coupons, they were actually able to use them. They could access the market, they could shop with ease, and they could participate fully. For context, the provincial average for 2025 in terms of redemption rate was 85.67. So we were above the provincial standards. This means that Nelson is not just keeping pace, but we're actually leaders. This tells us something important. When access is designed thoughtfully, people show up. When barriers are removed, communities engage, and when people can use these programs easily with dignity, they do. A lot of people you'll see they're shy to use their coupons, and the BCAFM is working on a card system so that it will look like you're using a credit card. It's gonna help with that dignity part.
For those who use the coupons, this program means more than just groceries. It means better health, it means less stress, it means the ability to feed their families, nourishing food without making impossible trade-offs. It builds routine, connection, and belonging. Food security isn't just about calories, it's about health, stability, and dignity. And for the farmers, this program provides consistent, meaningful income. It keeps the money circulating locally, and it supports small-scale agriculture, diverse crops, and sustainable practices. And it allows farmers to keep doing what they do best, feeding our communities. $67,992 benefited local farms thanks to this program in 2025.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Thank you. You know the number of the total program across BC?
For the amount of money, like in terms of money?
Like redemption, like how much?
No, I don't, I can access that number, don't get it to you.
I'm just curious, like
Yeah.
what's the scale of the program province-wide?
It's huge.
It must be.
It's huge, but yeah, I can definitely find you that number.
That'd be awesome.
We've got it all, there's like a nice dashboard that they have laid out, and it's in there somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, I probably can look it up.
Yeah. This creates a powerful circular system. People get access to healthy food, farmers receive fair compensation, and the local food system grows stronger. The BC AFM Nutrition Coupon Program isn't just a food access initiative, it's a health program, an economic development tool, and a community building effort all at once. And just to showcase what farmers are dealing with in 2025, just the cost of seeds to start farm starts went up 18% alone, and that's just a small part of farming.
Thank you. Ally's gonna remain on the floor in the hot seat.
Sorry, I'm
She's
just
gonna be talking about future growth.
Okay. So the market is much more than a place to buy fresh produce. It's a community space, a cultural hub, and a platform for local entrepreneurship. While I often highlight our farmers and food producers, I want to emphasize the equally vital role of our artisan vendors. Potters, woodworkers, textile artists, soap makers, and other craftspeople bring creativity and culture to the market. They reflect Nelson's strong art identity, making the market not just functional, but inviting and memorable. Artisans also strengthen the local economy in a different but complementary way. Many are small, home-based businesses or emerging entrepreneurs. The market gives them a chance to test products, build customer relationships, and grow sustainability. From a visitor's perspective, they create a unique sense of place, something you can't experience anywhere else. And by encouraging browsing and exploration, artisan vendors help everyone at the market. Farmers, food vendors, and artisans alike benefit from longer visits and increased engagement. Looking back on the 2025 season, we learned that a great deal about opportunities for growth. One of the areas we identified was a gap in ready-to-eat food and coffee options. These offerings encourage visitors to linger, explore, and engage more deeply within the market. I'm happy to share that Labina Espresso, and if you were at the markets at all, they had the cutest coffee shop. It's like a little cart. They are going to be joining us for the whole season next year. They operate sustainably. They have their, I don't know if anyone has seen them, they have their own mugs that they bring with them. They find them at thrift stores, and you can drink a coffee out of a mug while enjoying the market instead of a paper cup. So they're pretty neat little coffee ground. I'm really excited for them to join us. We've also seen strong interest from several new ready-to-eat food vendors, and I'm currently working with them actively, trying to guide them on what they require from interior health and the fire department in order to be able to operate at the markets. It's going to be exciting. Another opportunity lies in the grassy area at Cottonwood Fall Park. Historically perceived as a dead zone by a lot of vendors. This past season, whenever I tried to put vendors in that area, they automatically would say, "What did I do wrong? Why are you shaming me?" No, you're still part of the market. So I really want to work on growing that area this year. Improve signage, new layouts, and a pilot youth program, hopefully. This will allow young entrepreneurs to participate at a reduced vendor fee, bringing energy and activity to that part of the park while giving us an opportunity to see how to grow it and still making revenue in that space. We also plan to advance sustainability efforts this year, beginning with improved recycling and exploring those options and exploring a partnership with climate and energy initiatives reflecting our commitment to a responsible and forward-thinking market. We are also rethinking the live music at some of our markets. The Harvest Fest market and the Mother's Day market, we had live music and it never got taken in. there was never really people enjoying it. Doesn't mean we shouldn't have music, but we need to rework how we look at those events. Night markets, we need music. So we need to, while music has always been an important part of the atmosphere, professional bookings didn't always correlate with higher attendance or engagement at certain events. Meaning we don't need, the music isn't bringing the people. It's not why they're coming. This season, we plan to pilot a return to more grassroots community-based music, partnering with Selkirk College's music program and local performance. Last year, we had a nice number of Selkirk College alumni, Erin Pasakrita, Mika Moon, Daniela Music, and Sophia's Latin Vibes. I lost myself here. They brought their incredible energy to the market, and we're thrilled to have a platform beyond their classroom to perform, as they don't have a lot of opportunities outside of the classroom. This approach keeps the market lively. It supports emerging local talent and helps us manage costs effectively, all while maintaining the welcoming and vibrant atmosphere that visitors love. In terms of market curation, we aim to maintain a healthy mix of established and emerging vendors, keeping the market fresh and encouraging for repeat visits, especially trying to keep the locals coming. When it's the same artisan vendors week after week, the locals get bored, and that's fair. Operationally, we already have online vendor applications in place, and this season we are hoping to integrate the administrative fee directly into the application process. This change will reduce administrative burden, improve compliance, and set the stage for further modernization of our vendor management system in the future. Terry's going to touch base on that a little bit more.
So it's online already?
So our application is already online. It's not live yet, but that part's online.
I saw February 6th, so.
Yeah, in February. And then
Okay.
last year we did the market fee the admin fee was collected during the markets. And it was quite hard to get from vendors because they're like, what do you mean? Even though it was clearly stated they didn't want to pay it. So we thought having it right there as you apply would just eliminate all that.
No, I was just wondering if I was gonna go in and try it out, but I
So
don't
soon.
February 6th.
So soon. Finally, we are revising the vendor handbook to improve clarity, transparency, and accessibility. And we plan to open applications in February and build momentum to events, which we're gonna try something different this year and have Mother's Day at the pier. All of these initiatives reflect a market that is evolving and not static. We are listening, adapting, and growing a resilient, inclusive, and vibrant community space that benefits everyone in Nelson, from farmers and artisans to visitors and residents.
And just to further expand on the online registration and payment, we have been researching a platform called Jotform. It's an online platform designed for ease of registration as well as payment. It does integrate with Moneris, which is our current payment processing system. Depending on the use, there are different fee schedules related to the platform. It could be free for most of the fiscal year. However, at the outset of the season, we may have to invest in a higher tier of service based on just the number of transactions, as the vendors are really excited to join our program. And with the introduction of an application fee for vendors at the start of 2025, from a customer service perspective, it just makes sense to be able to collect this application fee immediately upon submission of the actual paperwork, and lends transparency to the specific fee for the vendors. And it just relates back to maintaining trust within the vendor community.
And Michael Vecchio from Campground has actually gone and got himself certified in Jotform. So he knows all things Jotform.
Through his extracurriculars, not because I told him to.
We mentioned the name, he went and did it. It was great, it was awesome.
And brings us to, oh, yeah, go ahead.
Did you talk about winter market expansion? I just blanked
No,
out.
sorry.
That's okay.
I was very excited
You
to
got
see that.
excited. I got so excited. I'm excitable.
How could I miss that? Okay.
I know, I'm excited too.
I'm excited.
So I guess I should say it's probably gonna be 2027, but we're looking at it right now. For 2026, we are excited to begin exploring a winter market series as part of our annual calendar. While we will not hold markets during November and December because there's already an influx of markets during that time, places for vendors to sell. But we really see April a need to have an option for vendors. Information from vendors during the 2025 season highlighted that January through April can be particularly challenging, with limited opportunities to sell products. Farmers with farm stands see reduced sales due to the winter road limitations once the snows start to fall. Offering a monthly winter market in a central location will help fill this gap, supporting local food security during what is typically a quiet season. The only downfall is that the coupon program does end in December, it doesn't start again, so we won't have that, but still helps those farmers. Supporting local food security during what is typically a quiet season. Several of our meat vendors are in particular eager for this opportunity to help the community's freezers keep filling the community's freezers while keeping their businesses viable during a challenging season. Beyond supporting vendors, a winter market will provide a warm and welcoming space for community to gather, helping combat isolation during the colder months. It would also keep fresh local food accessible year-round, strengthen our local economy, and create opportunities for artisans and emerging entrepreneurs to showcase their products during a slow time. By maintaining Nelson's vibrant market culture throughout the winter, we can continue to foster connection, creativity, and resilience to our community. So yeah, lots to look into for that.
Back to the operating budget slide. Balanced budget reflects a program that is financially responsible, operationally resilient, well-positioned to continue serving the community without additional fiscal pressure on the city. Cost neutral delivery, the farmers market operated on a balanced budget with $100,000 in revenue balanced by $100,000 in expenses. Achieving budget balance during a difficult season reflects careful monitoring, conservative decision-making, and effective risk management. While cost neutral financially, the market continues to deliver significant economic and social value by supporting local vendors and activating public spaces. Do I invite questions about the market portfolio?
It looks quite straightforward there, but Councillor Payne has her hand up, so.
Yeah, I'm just interested last year because there was a report that we received in one of our packages, and then it made it to media about Nelson Market's cost city nearly $30,000 over budget. And that's as a result of the applications that need to be completed for each market. So is that reflected?
That was actually,
Like, we don't have any actuals there, so we won't see the actuals, CFO until.
So that, I think that probably came out at the time that staff were looking to quantify some of those costs that aren't captured in a market budget, like some of the administrative costs, issuing special events, all of that kind of thing. And maybe that headline sounds a bit misleading, that I don't think we were saying we were over budget, we were saying that there were other costs that you might not see in a market budget that are necessary in order to deliver a market.
Like if a not-for-profit took over, those
Yeah.
are fees they would be.
Right, if somebody else were doing this, keep in mind, it's not just this, we have special events, we have public works coming and moving, things around and turning on electricity and water and all this kind of thing, so I think it was.
So they're not budgeted for, that's what I'm trying to
They're budgeted
understand, is how much does the market cost us?
We're not allocating those costs directly to the market, I think is what you're hearing. We're still incurring them, we still have staff doing these things. We just don't, like you saw in the GIS analyst, we actually split that time between various departments. We don't do that a lot for admin type costs.
When you see the parks budget, we won't include HR and the support that the park staff need for HR or IT or that sort of thing, we just see parks. So when you see market, you just see the direct cost of the market. It's pretty tough to allocate all of the other costs to it, and then we have no our HR budget, for example, we have no admin budget, it's all in markets or parks or. So I think that, again, that headline I'm not sure. It's a bit misleading that it wasn't over budget, here's additional costs that were not captured in a market budget, I think. That's not as catchy a headline.
Yeah, I mean, I just went to the article because that was the easiest thing for me to find,
Yeah.
but the report that we received basically said that we had spent $30,000 more than had been anticipated, I believe.
I don't think more than anticipated, more than shown in the budget.
Yes.
Is it captured in the admin and the HR in that general green slide that we see? The one that's like generals, what's it called again? Corporate and government, or it's in that one?
Yes.
Is it general? General government, thank you.
And some of it was
that's something
public
we're
works
looking at
contract.
streamlining as well, right, through the special events streamlining
Exactly.
that we're talking about. So again, jot form might be
Yeah,
a
we're
way
trying to reduce some of those costs, but if we purchase a new piece of software, then those costs will be, I assume, reflected in this budget. So sometimes it depends, right, on what we.
If it's a direct cost or it's,
Yeah.
you know, we're not gonna hire additional staff, they're staff we have, but some of their time is spent on helping markets, and so that was what was picked up in that article.
I just clarify though, is our public works and Nelson Hydro costs to support markets, are they being captured in these budgets?
No.
Cause that, I remember when we brought the youth
I
center,
think that's what I'd like to understand.
yeah, I know when we brought the youth center on, that we had identified those, and my understanding was we were gonna start to capture those, cause in the beginning, the fees that we were charging were covering those costs, so it looks like that hasn't kept up with those other costs. So we can certainly look at, like, to me, though, we have work orders for our public works or Nelson Hydro people. I don't know where they're charging their time to if it's not to the market.
Yeah, they have a budget for public outreach, events, things like that, that's kind of a promotional cost to them, but I'd have to look at exactly where they charge market time to. It's not being charged here.
Councilor Wood.
Thank you. I just wanted to say it was a very challenging year. I really want to thank you both for moving through it. I know how challenging the job can be, and so I just congratulations. And it looks like, you know, we're gonna have another great year, so thank you so much for your efforts and work.
It was fun. You had fun. I had fun. I had moments of fun.
I had moments of fun. Thank you.
More fun than not.
Linear regression of fun.
Team Francis. I'm with Francis back next year.
Any other questions regarding the budget slide?
Not the budget side, so much, but beginning, when you were sort of in your preamble, you were saying that you were touching on the challenges of the move specifically, and how you were, I thought what I heard you say was that there was a big public switch in opinion suddenly, like you were saying that
I'm just trying
people
to.
that had formerly been complaining about it were now very supportive. How did you capture that information? Are you sure they're the same, like were there people doing a 180 flip, or you were just getting more positive feedback in general, or was it the actual same people changing their mind, and how did you figure that out?
Good question. When I first started this role, I had an understanding that we needed to work on our relationships with the business community. So I personally went door to door to every business that operates on Baker Street, all of Baker Street, and took notes. I still have a spreadsheet of who I talked to, what the feedback was, and how we could move forward together. During the most challenging aspects of the market season, I was receiving hundreds of emails daily. And so it was very easy to connect those people that I had previously talked to with a change in, oh, wow, now that it's not here, I really see the value of it. Please bring it back.
Okay, thanks, that's really helpful.
Councilor Payne.
One of the other items that was talked about as a significant budget item was the promotional promotional budget for the market. So is that included in supplies and services?
Yes.
So that's a service. Okay.
Any other conversation with markets?
You can continue on.
The next part of my portfolio that I'd like to speak to you about today is the Nelson and District Youth Center. Seems like an appropriate time in the presentation to speak to an organizational chart. I'm here and so is Ally in her role as farmer's market, but we don't work alone. We have two lead hands that work at the Nelson and District Youth Center, and they have very complementary skill sets. Whereas one really focuses on the administrative work tasks that's affiliated with the role, the other is a creative and really thinks outside the box with unique programming for our program participants. And then to complement the staff team, the NDYC actually houses and works collaboratively with the Nelson Youth Action Network, which I will probably refer to as NYAN moving forward because it rolls off the tongue a little bit more smoothly. And so they really work together. So as a team, when I actually look at this organizational chart, I have a great deal of pride that we have the right people in the right positions that bring a great deal of experience and passion to the portfolios. To complement the core leadership staff, we had 42 support staff that worked throughout the fiscal year in 2025. Two of which supported NYAN. So NYAN experienced some significant growth and required additional staff to support the growth in programming. We supported community safety and early intervention by providing consistent, I want to highlight the consistent, supervised, and inclusive programming during critical after school and out of school hours. So we have different types of programming that we offer at the youth center. We have drop-in programming that's offered 6 days a week to community members of all ages. What that looks like is Monday through Friday, we're open for drop-in from 6 until 9, and on Saturdays we're open from 1 until 8. To balance that, we actually also have some drop-in programming on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays from 10 until 2 in the morning. Our target audience with that type of drop-in programming is actually for parents and caregivers that have children outside of a traditional education system. So for example, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's called Adventure Time for parents and tots. And so we have the younger kids whose first introduction to our community asset and our programming is actually often on these drop-in mornings. And on Wednesday, our focus target audience is homeschool. So there is a lively, successful sub-community within our Nelson community that join us in our center for social connection and recreational opportunities. NYAN, however, is a free program that offers a drop-in nature program 5 days a week. We've had some incredible growth. Tom is our coordinator, like I mentioned. He started in October of 2024, so 2025 was his first full calendar year in his role, and he really created a lot of growth and success. The NDYC offers registration required after school care program as well, which follows the School District 8 calendar. It's important to note here that we're the only center in town that offers consistent programming for out of school and after school hours, even on every non-instructional professional development day, including spring break, summer day camps, and holiday camps. This is important because we're the only ones, like I said. There are others that do, but have really limited hours of operation. The RDCK is probably the one that comes closest to us, but they don't actually offer any professional development, non-instructional camp days. This is the part of the presentation in previous years where I would wow you with significant growth and actually show those statistics to highlight this. Although we did see growth, it kind of went in a pattern throughout the entire year. The pattern in general for 2025 was one of stabilization within the program. And I think that's okay. We provided consistent supervised programming during after school and out of school hours, a critical period when children and youth are most vulnerable to risk taking and isolation. We consistently offer a safe space. We serve as trusted, safe space where early concerns can be identified and addressed through positive relationships with our trained staff team. And collaboration with the Nelson Youth Action Network really strengthens referral pathways and coordinated support for the children and youth in our community. For example, we host a social skills group that comes in twice a year. It's led by some occupational therapists that specialize in children that are on the spectrum. With their most recent visit in December, we actually identified a hole in services. Youth, older teenagers that have been diagnosed and are on the spectrum don't really have as many opportunities. And so 2026, we'll see Tom introduce some sensory safe programming for older teenagers. We strengthened access to childcare and family support through reliable programs. Oops, want to emphasize reliability there this time, that enable parents and caregivers to participate in our local workforce. So reliable, predictable programming supported working families by bridging that gap, again, between school dismissal and the end of a traditional workday. Programs such as our unique walking bus initiative reduce barriers for parents and caregivers to participate in the local workforce, particularly for families with limited childcare options. The Youth Center continues to function as essential community infrastructure, supporting both child well-being and economic participation. And the final highlight of this part of the department, advance equity and youth well-being by centering belonging, skill development, and positive peer relationships for children and youth. This is just a shout out to that NIAN portfolio. Programs are intentionally inclusive, creating spaces where children and youth experience belonging, acceptance, and emotional safety. We focus on skill development, leadership, and positive peer relationships, which support social, emotional growth and long-term resilience. Collaboration with NIAN amplified the youth voice and ensured program reflects the lived experience and needs of local young people. So together, the Youth Center and the NIAN portfolio function not only as recreation providers, but as preventative, equity-focused supports that strengthen families, youth well-being, and community safety. Yes.
Can you just help me better understand the distinction of the youth center? You said you're the only after-school program?
We're not the only one, but we're the most consistent. So there are other agencies that offer after-school care programs.
I'm interested specifically in the Ministry of Education, who is talking about expanding into that area, and I'm trying to understand how you see that fitting in with what you're doing, because currently there's a program at Rosemont and Hume School of after-school care.
After school, absolutely.
How do they differ from what you're offering?
I would say just hours of operation. We are open longer. We definitely follow the school aid calendar. So again, those professional development days that are often once a month, in conjunction with the full holiday of spring break, holiday break, and summer break. We're there consistently with reliable, successful programming.
And so they're not?
Not to the level that we are now. Like there are other people that do little pockets of it, but we consistently have the most extended hours of operation. So others might have a summer day camp. We're open earlier and we are open longer.
I'm just trying to think that when I'm in those meetings talking about that growth, telling them where they may need to sort of pull up their socks to
accessibility, absolutely, hours of operation
service that's required by the community.
Yeah, for working parents, isn't it lovely to have a 7:30 drop off if you work at 8? Yeah.
During the winter break, it was neat to see the kids, like during the winter break, when all those kids running around and they had a place to be. When school was out, parents were still working. So many fun kids. It's so fun to play with them.
Moving right along to 2025 key highlights. 2025 brought some building updates. When I first started, my priority was creating quality programming initiatives. And then I transitioned into focusing on training staff so that the kids that were now coming to our facility in record numbers were experiencing some quality interactions by trusted adults. This year I kind of transitioned a little bit more into, so we have the program, we have the quality trained staff. We need a safe space that accommodates the rest of the program. In early 2025, we finalized phase 1 of our kitchen renovation upgrade project. And it's already so wonderful to see the NIAN program specifically is in that kitchen every Monday afternoon with the task of cooking a savory dish and a sweet dish. And the connections the youth have in that kitchen have been really heartwarming. I'm excited to see what other meaningful programs we can make in the kitchen happen in 2026. You can see on the top slide photo is phase 1 of that kitchen reno. We've got some new upper cabinets, some lower cabinets, and a new floor that really tidied up the space. We also really focused on rebranding our facility. We've taken our core colors that were only seen in the skate park zone of our facility, and we've brought them into other areas of our building, creating a very child-friendly, welcoming environment. You can see demonstrated in the picture on the left of the screen. Our staircase definitely has those pops of color, and we've gotten some great feedback from families that consistently visit or haven't seen us in a while, just really noticing the difference a small amount of effort can make to creating a really friendly child welcoming environment. In 2025, we also introduced what we call the tween room. I'm classifying this as a building update. What's a tween room, you might ask? Well, we've been in operation for long enough. We actually have some 5-year-olds that have remained in our program, and now they're 11 and 12, and those same activities that brought such joy to them as a younger child no longer are nearly as exciting. And so we identified this and we acted, and we changed one of our areas into just an area that the older 10, 11, 12-year-olds can access. It's kind of a big deal when a child becomes of age to enter the tween room. But please know that in no way do we isolate the younger kids. There are moments throughout the week where the younger kids have access to this really special room as well. The room is decorated with comfy couches. There is a boxing, what's that called? A boxing bag in the corner where the kids can.
Is that what it's called?
That's what it's called? Fun.
I don't know, I was hoping for some help, but I'll move on.
Everybody, I think, in the corner.
In terms of professional development, which was also a highlight of 2025 for me, late in 2024, I made the decision to send Luke Mason for some training specific to High Five, which is Principles of Healthy Child Development. He finalized that accreditation in early 2025, and by our summer day camp orientation, he actually was training our frontline staff in the principles of healthy child development. This certification equips our staff with the knowledge and tools to create safe, inclusive, and developmentally appropriate environments for our children participants. Training focused on understanding children's social, emotional, physical, cognitive development. I lost my space, sorry. And emphasizes the importance of caring adult relationships, meaningful participation, and emotional safety. Colin, our other lead hand, also experienced some professional development opportunities. He definitely underwent his mandatory JOSH committee, which he loved. Apparently he's very passionate about safety, which is a great addition to our team. He participated in de-escalation training, first aid certification training, and fire extinguisher training. In terms of community awareness and connection, the NDYC, in collaboration with the NIAN program, worked hard to promote our center and programming as a true asset within our community. And this happened through a variety of community-based programming initiatives. There's a long list. I'm just going to read it out.
We had Earth Week programming. We weren't exclusively facilitating the Earth Week programming, but we did have a parade that began at the Nelson City Campground and ended at the NDYC as part of Earth Week festivities. We also, specific to the youth center, hosted a Green Film Festival with viewings ongoing throughout that Earth Week at the NDYC. There was a Learn to Bike event in collaboration with Trafalgar Middle School in 2025. In May, we collaborated with Kootenai Co-op Radio, which hosts an annual free family-friendly block party at Lions Park. It was our staff that facilitated children's game area during this community event. We hosted a family appreciation barbecue in June. We had our youth mural project as depicted in the photo on the bottom right of our screen. This mural that was painted by our youth that participate in the NIAN portfolio is a beautiful addition to the interior of our youth center. We hosted the BMX Jam event in August. We had our haunted house community event in October, which introduced a successful silent auction for the first time that raised approximately $4,000 this year. And we hosted a pride party for our youth in conjunction with Pride Week. Various staff participate in community-based committees. Our center proudly supports the Special Olympics group by providing a meeting space for board members. We also are a practice venue for basketball athletes that participate in the Special Olympics movement, and we're a central venue for the official program registration, which often happens in the fall. Do you remember when the Special Olympics registration is? It's in the fall. Yeah.
Very.
I've already made notes. We host a social skills group twice a year, programming facilitated by 2 local occupational therapists that specialize in working with children on the spectrum. And every Tuesday, we host a Big B place for a really special game of basketball every Tuesday morning. And it takes all my restraint to stay focused in my office and not participate in this incredible game with incredible athletes. We host visiting school groups. 2025 saw an incredible increase in class visits, specifically from the middle school, Trafalgar. I love seeing my daughter and her friends. And community-based initiatives truly culminated with the reintroduction of our Snow Angel program that we went live with in December. Proud to share that we have successfully matched every senior that has applied to participate in this program with a volunteer angel. In fact, it's so much support from our community. We have an access number of volunteers. So if anyone has an elderly special person in their life that you're personally unable to support with snow removal, please let them know about this really special program that we've reinvented for this winter season. Moving on to key initiatives for 2026. Thank you for supporting our application for the READY grant. We successfully were able to complete the second phase of the kitchen upgrades. Everything has been purchased. And I just found out earlier this week, surprisingly, that the first of the cabinetry will be delivered by the 1st of February. Really excited to have this part of our building upgrades completed. And I think if we think outside the box, we can really bring community programs into this community asset. In terms of staff training and recruitment, I put this as a key initiative for this year. I reflected a lot about the summer day camp season. I was mostly in the market portfolio, and so I feel a little bit bad that I maybe neglected the summer day camp. And I had this idea a little while ago to completely revamp it. We're a youth center. We employ and we empower youth. And so currently our staff training and recruitment process is very formal. We sit at a table with 2 staff and 1 young adult. It's in a very formal boardroom, and I want to move away from that. I want to transition to a group interview process. I want to see the candidates
live in a local park where actually programming takes place in the summer months. I want to have different workshops within the day of the training and recruitment process. One area we can talk about confidentiality and ethics of childcare. Maybe we can tell them to organize a game very specific to 5 to 8 year olds. Maybe another group of candidates can be delegated the preparation of a game dedicated to older children. So we know that we are offering the most trained, best candidates for our programming in the community. And we always talk about online registration in this portfolio, don't we? We've done it at the campground. We're in the process of trying to make it happen over in the market portfolio. And yes, we would like to move forward with an online registration platform at the NDYC. From a customer service perspective, we can certainly improve our payment processes, which naturally aligns with updating our current program registration. City staff have been in ongoing discussions regarding potential collaboration with other local organizations to share their current platforms. If successfully introduced, that'd be a great benefit to our community, and if not, we can continue researching the online application that we referenced in the market presentation to see if that can take on and help support online payment and registration for youth center programming. Questions about all?
Really good.
And that's to our operating budget slide. I think it's important to mention and identify our region is currently experiencing a childcare crisis, and the NDYC provides 60 reliable and consistent after-school spots for children aged 5 to 12. Our services enable parents and caregivers to participate in the workforce, supporting both family stability and local economy, like I referenced. While the program operates at a deficit currently, this reflects a deliberate investment in safe, supervised programming during critical out-of-school hours for children and youth. Staff wages are our largest expense, highlighting a focus on quality, trained supervision, which ensures safety and program effectiveness. I also want to highlight the incredible community initiatives that we've created in the last fiscal year. Not all NDYC programming generates revenue, which leads to a deficit in the budget. Long-term return on investment, children supported today grow into future contributing community members and future taxpayers, demonstrating that these expenditures are preventative and generational in impact. The NDYC, bless you, delivers social, economic, and equity benefits that far outweigh immediate revenue considerations, in my personal opinion. Though these programs operate at a deficit, they are essential community infrastructure, addressing the childcare gap, ensuring safe spaces for all children, and investing in the long-term health and resilience of Nelson as a whole.
Well, you can go first. I always go last, so.
Just wondering, do you know your number breakdowns any more between rural and city participants?
Top of my head. We've created extra walking buses. We now have children from Redfish and the French School access our programming. We have youth that come from Roslyn to participate in our NIAM program, very specifically under the umbrella. That is a program that is consistent and has been our most popular for teenagers for a long time. And its target audience is youth that are experiencing and exploring gender identity. So really, we have from Roslyn to Balfour, and the breakdown is probably 75% Nelson, 25 outlying areas.
And NIAM is funded by the CBT, isn't it?
Yes, it's completely grant funded.
And
We've
does that
noticed
cover its all its costs?
all its costs. It's completely independent. We've actually noticed recently we've had such significant growth with the NIAM portfolio. We used to use a lot of that
grant funding budget for capital expenses for equipment for the facility. Now we have it primarily just used to like deliver programming initiatives. And so that adds a little bit to, we don't have that extra money to support overall.
And the ready grants, I can't remember, did you apply to
I
areas?
applied for one for 2025 for the campground. I'll get to that. We purchased some food catch storage units. We applied for the kitchen upgrade reno, and we applied for markets. And Nyan was also successful in their application for a ready grant in 2025 that supported the youth mural project.
And but did
So
you apply to the?
He's asking my question, so did you apply for the ready grants that are available to E, F, and so it's not just the city of Nelson, we know that you applied, did you apply to
Yes, I
E and
personally.
F and
I
other?
personally presented in area F and area E. I also presented for the city of Nelson. Unfortunately, my schedule didn't allow to go to any other, but we were successful with the presence that we were able. And I think moving forward, I will enlist the support of my entire staff team. So it's just not my responsibility to make those presentations because there's value in being heard and seen.
Okay, that's good. Successful there.
Councillor Payne?
So yeah, I guess just a question, so did you receive the ready grants from the places you applied to?
Yes, 100%, and that's what motivates me to enlist support to make other presentations, and it shouldn't just be on my shoulders.
No, great idea, I agree with you.
I learn as I go.
As we all do, hopefully. So the conditional grants, that 55,000 is the CBT money for NIAID, or is there other,
No.
is the ready grants in there as well, or?
It's just the NIAID that's in there. I think that any other capital projects and other things that are not operating. Yeah, and as far as the budget is concerned, like we've worked pretty closely with Terry and Sarah over the year to try and get this to a place where, you know, we think it's achievable, but also, you know, we're trying to maintain costs at, you know, as a decent level, you know, not have things go too much over budget, but we did struggle a little bit with 2025 and we did go over budget in our costs for 2025 when we look at our actuals. So we adjusted 2026 to, I think, be more of an achievable target. That said, we're also looking at, you know, ways we can be more efficient with staffing, with scheduling. I think the online payment thing will really help because that'll take away the need to always have staff there doing the bookings. We can actually just put that online. And we did increase the youth center fees, but that didn't happen until April, so there's a bit of a lag there. So I think a full year budget of having those fees, kind of working on the scheduling piece and looking at online bookings, this, I think, in working with the team here would be an achievable target for us for 2026.
I'm personally really grateful for the time and attention the finance department dedicates to this portfolio. I look forward to learning from them in our monthly get-togethers. Thank you. Any other questions about the budget?
Keep going. You know what, I mean, you're still in the room, so like if somebody asks a question about item 1, I mean, you're still, you know, you're still in the hot seat, you're still on the hook.
Still in the hot seat, coming closer to the end here. Thank you for your attention, listening to me speak all afternoon.
So the Parks and Recreation line there and the revenues, that's fees that people are paying, right?
Camps and after school and all that. Yeah.
All right, moving on to the Nelson City Campground. Programming and services are delivered with 2 campground attendants in the 2025 season. They were supported by 9 casual support staff, not all at the same time. It's a long season from May 1st until October 15th. We provided a safe, welcoming, accessible space for camp guests. The Nelson City Campground is so unique. It offers urban nature experiences for visitors to our community, combining forested settings with walkable access to the downtown core to support shopping, local restaurants, walking distance to Lakeside Beach. It's really unique property that I've really grown to love.
A strong staff presence and well-maintained amenities support a safe, welcoming, accessible environment for a wide range of visitors to our city. A variety of site types ensures the campground can accommodate diverse needs from tents to rather large RVs. Fun fact, 54% of our property is tent access only. Enhanced visitor experience through operational improvements and wildlife management. Operational improvements have focused on cleanliness. That was a big part of our feedback in 2024. Consistency and functionality across the site. Proactive wildlife management and guest education support visitor safety and environmental responsibility. And on-site tourist information and communal spaces really help guests connect with our community and enhance their overall stay. And we strengthen community engagement with consistent communication and services. The campground often serves as a first point of contact with our city, shaping visitors' impressions of our community. And that's a responsibility we don't take lightly. Our staff are well versed on what the community offers our visiting guests. Highlights of 2025. We introduced a new revenue stream. We had a new ice maker that finally came to fruition. A low-cost addition that improved guest convenience and generated new revenue. It was just over $1,000 with the sale of 334 bags of ice. Fun fact, not only did we sell ice, but we were able to supply the Public Works and the fire department with ice throughout the long, hot summer work hours. And I know that they were really thankful. Breaking down those silos. We had some updated equipment and assets, investments in a new roof in the spring, a new mower for grounds maintenance, and a new office printer, protected city assets and improved operational efficiency. Community awareness and connection. I might have already touched base on this, but we participated in the Earth Day Parade and Go By Bike barbecue, which was hosted on site at the campground. This was in collaboration with the Climate and Energy Department as well as the West Kootenay Cycling Coalition. This just increases our awareness of the campground as a valued city asset and supported city sustainability goals. Bringing it home. Key initiatives for 2026, as I see it, include some more property and infrastructure upgrades. Continued focus on accessibility improvements. When I first started, we created ramps into both entrances to our main building for accessibility. In my second year, we added some support bars in one bathroom and one shower stall. I think the next step, and I'm always looking at grant opportunities that will support this accessibility upgrade. The next step is to widen the entrance to a bathroom, as well as widen one bathroom stall and one shower stall. The ladies' washroom is the most, makes more sense because it's a larger space. And I just see if we do go through and find success with accessibility funding, just to shut it for whatever gender needs to access a bathroom will be able to meet their needs. Next up, Bear Aware designation and wildlife safety. So with the Ready grant that you guys approved, we were able to purchase some bear-resistant food catch storage units. They haven't been delivered, so they haven't been installed, but they will be installed before the start of our 2026 season.
We're gonna roll you back to the accessibility piece.
Oh, yes.
What are you thinking would be the overall cost for things like an upgrade like that?
I don't know. I definitely have talked with our maintenance manager and our facilities manager. They think it's something that should happen. It's a very old building, and so building codes have changed since it was first built, and so we do have really narrow doorways. I think expanding the washroom and the shower stall would be a little bit more reasonable, cost effective. Widening the actual entrance to the bathroom might be the most challenging part of that idea.
So order of?
I have no idea.
I mean, it sounds like she's been chatting with Sam. Sam would really be the best person to go through that process, I think.
I'm curious about contemplating if we're going after grants specifically on an accessibility piece, like thinking of my mom who uses that campground every other summer or so. I think it would be somewhat prudent for us to at least contemplate putting some funds aside that would build up towards that in case a grant never did click in. Right, so that in 4 years we could potentially do it. It may not be something you chew off right away, but how can we contemplate within the scope of this budget that we're saving up for that, and the grant comes in and fills the hole, great, but at least after 5 years, we know we have funds available to do it, cause it's accessibility.
It's so important.
It's all.
It's on the radar of Sam and his department, and so if they can make that happen, it was actually talked about for this last season.
Yeah.
And obviously other things were prioritized, which is fine, absolutely, I can play nice with others. So yeah, it's a relevant conversation that is ongoing.
We should probably look at facilities in general in terms of accessibility.
Yep.
As opposed to one building. Sam can certainly do work. Here's our various buildings, here's what their level of accessibility, here's what the cost to upgrade any of our public buildings for accessibility, and so I think presenting the whole picture versus one-offs on buildings, but we encourage Carrie to continue to apply because there are accessibility grants. Youth Center has a unique opportunity as a youth center to apply for those lens that seems to get funded. As the Capitol Theatre has the building owner there has done a wonderful job of applying for grants, and we will have a facilities workshop in February, I think it is, to look at the challenges in it. There's some decisions, is it roofs or accessibility or
Yeah, it's pretty challenging to get a grant to just do a roof, but when you're talking accessibility or you're talking energy efficiencies, like those are the areas that definitely need to target. That those are much more opportunity for grant funding than we just want to repair a roof, right? Or buildings such as this are unlikely to get grant funding, but those community facilities are a little more for grants.
Okay, yeah, I hear that. Conversation for all the facility side on the capital side.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
We're already talking with Source One.
Yeah. Bearware.
Bearware, yes. So the campground is well positioned to.
That's accessibility we're talking about.
You have no idea. The campground is well positioned to strengthen wildlife safety practices with the purchase of food catch storage units. In 2026, staff plan to implement bear campsite principles, which align with Parks Canada and WildSafe BC practices. I have to say, WildSafe BC is a great source of information. We have officers on site at the start of every year giving staff training to our support staff. This approach reduces wildlife attractants, protects campers, and supports responsible environmental stewardship. And bringing it home with guest experience and service excellence.
Terry, if you're tenting, you are going to be required to put your food in a catchment or your
So
car?
currently, great question, someone finds our campground and is a tent camper and come and visit us. We actually will turn them away if they don't have a proper way to store their food. Sometimes that's in a car, sometimes people are backpacking and truly enjoying our region. And so it's just a nice opportunity to provide these food catch storage units for our camp guests. We started with 2 because that's what the budget allowed. I wouldn't mind exploring adding more, depending on maybe how the season goes with it, and just figuring out policies and procedures about that, like who gets it? Is it first come, first serve? Can people share the individual unit? Lots to figure out before May 1st opening day. Yeah. All right, guest experience and service excellence. We have a returning staff team. I'm really excited. We're looking for a new camp host this year. I'm already talking with someone who has a lot of interest in supporting our program. And all of this will just support consistent service delivery. The staffing model strengthens guest support, site monitoring, and visitor education, contributing to a positive and safe campground experience. Operating budget.
Campground generated a gross profit of just over $40,000. This reflects careful management of operating costs and strategic revenue generation. This actually is up 10% from last year's profit revenue generated.
Yeah, and just if I can jump in, so that was the budget there for the profit from or the surplus from the campground. I'm just looking at what we have now for this year. It's just under 54,000 profit from the campground, so we've sort of reflected the 2026 budget in line with that.
And the last thing I wanted to say was the campground contributes to local tourism and economic activity, attracting visitors who support our nearby business community. Any questions about the portfolio?
What's your reservations looking like?
We go live April 1st.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's all online now, and so it just naturally goes live because we've set the date. It actually goes live at 12 noon, not anytime in the morning of April 1st. So tell your friends.
Councillor Wood?
Thank you. I'm wondering, throughout last year, what were your spaces that were open? People who were dropping in. Were there spaces that were open, or were you booked out?
Yeah, it's an interesting mix. So the RV sites that have all the amenities, including sewage, water, and electricity, they are reservation only. They go really fast, and they're almost always utilized throughout the entire season. It's the tent sites and the platforms specifically that are only tent that are walk-ins. Yeah, so our big weekends obviously are the stat long weekends, and we often get to put that campsite full sign up on those long weekends.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Tate?
Thanks very much. Thanks for the whole portfolio here. Just specific to the campground, you're open May 1st to October 15th. Is there any demand or desire to consider being open longer?
I think it depends on weather. I think it depends on being financially responsible and having staff that aren't necessarily working a full campground. It depends on the availability of our camp hosts. Sometimes they like to move on to warmer climates come October. We have discussed being able to provide our Sandy dump throughout the winter season for our community because they're not very common in our region, and we did have some that used our Sandy dump post the close of the camp season, so they just called my office number that I put on the, I think they put my email on the campground website, and we had 3 regulars accessing our Sandy dump post the close of the season. Great idea to expand it.
Provide our occupancy during the year. I don't know what happens in October. Does it fall off quite a bit, or?
It depends on the weather.
Yeah.
Those that are in RVs and have perfectly independent living space definitely are still camping in October. We find that we see a lot of seniors traveling through our region at the beginning and the end of the season. And then the summer is family, very heavy on family camp guests.
Yeah, so maybe just share what our occupancy was from last year by month. I assume you have a report that.
Don't have that.
No, not right now.
Oh, yeah, I would love to talk about how successful the campground is. It's a pretty busy place. It is. Super proud of the growth in the last couple of years within that.
These services that we have in the city of Nelson just make me so happy. What you reported out on with regards to the coupon program, and you said provides routine connection, community, and belonging. It's preventative and generational when we're talking about the childcare. You've got professional development. You've got young people being accredited with different skills. Like you've got professional development for teenagers, which also provides routine connection, community, and belonging. This is like preventative and generational healthcare and well-being for the whole community. These are the kinds of investments that contribute to that shared capital that we have as a community. I'm just so pleased, and I would, between this and the library, I would always be willing to find more ways to support it. This is what builds that long-term community. It makes me so happy. Thank you. It's true.
Well, on that note, and I see no other questions, you are
Do
free
it.
from the hot seats.
So much.
Thank you so much.
Patience.
So much.
So good.
It's a great update. We just need to have you back in the middle of the year so that we don't feel the budgetary constraints of having to maybe say no, but
It's stressful.
Yes.
You gotta ask for more money at different times.
we're gonna have a break.
More. Yes, you do.
I would love to eat something now, thank you.
But there's a few others.
Okay, well, let me know.
Yeah.
Pieces of software.
I was thinking,
Or, you just recruit them, but.
you would have to work with
Yeah,
Mayor. Is it okay if I go
but
forward?
I'm open to,
We're gonna be done in like 15 minutes, and I just have a couple of announcements.
I'd like to see.
Well,
I just want.
depends on how fast it takes you to adopt this city.
So now we're on the agenda,
On the agenda,
because
Just
we were
finished
on
off
email
7.
before, and now we're on the agenda.
well, we're at item 8 of the agenda.
So the presentation's there, is what I'm trying to understand, is that correct?
The RFP is on the agenda, just to clarify.
Thank you, the RFT is on the agenda.
So, talking about the city-owned lease policy, and those that were, we did have, in October, we had, a workshop outlining the need to modernize the policy. So staff are bringing forward an updated city-owned property lease policy to replace the existing policy adopted in 2000. The proposed policy modernizes the city's approach to leasing city-owned properties by introducing clearer fee structures, transparent lease advertisement and application processes, and defined evaluation criteria. The policy is intended to improve consistency, fairness, and accountability while ensuring the city receives reasonable returns and aligns leasing decisions with community priorities. So council is now being asked to adopt the city-owned property lease policy number 0890000015. We have a recommendation if somebody would like to move that, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Page. For discussion, Councillor Woodward, you moved it, do you have anything that you wanted to say?
I don't.
Okay, Councillor Tate.
I have a question. Can you help me understand can you help me understand some of the differences or the changes from the one from 2000?
Yeah, we actually, probably noticed we didn't provide a redlined policy. The policy before, we've seen it before, it's like a paragraph, so it didn't really seem valuable to redline the whole of the previous one. So the key changes that you're seeing, the whole definition section is new, that's all just to clarify all the terms we're using. And then the key change is separating out the types of buildings. So we have business and services buildings, where we would like the option to be able to charge market rent or the 8% that was in the previous policy. And then we have the assembly buildings, recreation, which is the bulk of the city-owned portfolio. And again, the option to charge market rent or 8% for any commercial entity that was renting, and then we're keeping the same, the 5% for nonprofit organizations. This lease advertisement section, that's new. That will give us the option to publicly advertise using the public notice policy, any property that becomes available. And then we have the application process in there, that's all new, which is how people would apply for any advertised property, who would review the applications and for key criteria that we'd use for evaluating using that panel. So utilization of space, suitability of use, community reach, and financial stability. Yeah, it's quite a revisiting of the policy. The key fee structure remains unchanged. We've still got that 5% for nonprofits, the 8% for commercial. The option to go to market and find a comparator for market rent is new in there.
And really, we've just written out the process, that the expectation from staff, so that we have some guidelines that we need to follow.
Follow-up?
Councillor Tate?
Can you explain how this will affect the existing leaseholders and how it will be implemented moving forward for those who are continuing right now to stay in a space, and please?
Yeah, so this isn't gonna be like some immediate rollout, it's gonna be a very gradual transition. Like all existing leaseholders, like we're obviously honoring the current lease, like that's has to be the case. So, and as and when leases come up for renewal, we'll be then following this directly, which will obviously ensure it's consistent across all of the leaseholders. We have a few agreements that are in overholding, which we'll start working on as soon as this is adopted, and then it will be, really gradual. In terms of impact to revenue or lease rates, the majority of these, like, obviously following this already, that 5% and 8% was in before. The only real change is that we have the option to include an inflationary percentage. So year on year, there may be like a slight increase to revenue that we'd see from that. Otherwise, we'll be continuing with the status quo for like any lease that has a nominal rate right now, which is quite a few of the key nonprofits in the city. We'll be continuing to bring those to council for an exception, and council can discuss at that point for any of those. So we're not gonna put this like straight away into action for any of those leases.
Well, I think the concept that we talked about at the workshop was to charge the rent as per the policy, and then council give a grant if you wanna reduce that, so the transparency is there.
Yeah.
So, and you know what you're subsidizing these facilities at?
Yes, we're still working on how to implement that, and it's not included in this version of the policy that's amended. We'll obviously, we need to keep working on that, and we'll come back with what the process would look like for that grant in kind or whatever we decide to call it. And at that point, that would give us a consistent mechanism to apply that.
And that also tends to help those organizations where they're looking for matching grants. They can, identify that the city's providing a rent subsidy of X amount, and again, for a council to make a informed decision. Here's how much you're choosing to give up in rent. Here's the implications, as we talked about in the workshop. Obviously, we have deferred, that amount of money is going to sort of that deferred maintenance amount on those facilities, which is, as you know, is significantly underfunded. So, the hope is to bring more information to councils at that time, so you're better informed of the decisions you're making.
Councillor Lockenberg's next, and then Councillor Payne.
I have a couple questions. The first is, Selkirk College has a kind of a special relationship with us, the KSA building and others that are not 5% but quite a bit lower. How does Selkirk fit into this policy? Or would it? Is it a different case? Because it's...
Well, I think as Sophia said, we, like a number of leases we have in place, Touchstones and Meg is the same thing. When that project happened, we signed a 25-year lease for $1 a year. Nelson Civic Center, there's a number that were tied to, you go and raise a bunch of money to do capital improvements, and we will give you the building for free. So, this is the policy that says, what does the lease look like at the end of the day? And what we didn't have in the past was that sort of transparent, why did we lease that for $1 on that building? Why is this one, and we've heard from various vendors, why are you charging us 5% and somebody else doesn't get that? So that's the hope with the policy, is you start at the same base for everyone, and if you wanna say, okay, Capitol Theatre, you went and raised a bunch of money to renovate this building, and we're gonna give you a lease holiday for 25 years or 10 years or 5 years or whatever the council of the day chooses. So yeah, Selkirk College was the same thing when that campus was closed, and the council of the day, through lobbying in the community, convinced government to provide a bunch of leasehold improvements to renovate that and open that campus back up. The deal was we'll lease it to you for $1 a year, so that lease still is in place. But again, you know, in the future, that would be transparent. You know, we would be charging you X amount. For these reasons, we're willing to give you a lease holiday for this period of time. And that would be all documented. So right now, they have while we're renewing that lease, and so on a positive message, we just found out from Selkirk, as you know, at UBCM and elsewhere, we've been lobbying that, you know, the goal was to transfer that campus to Selkirk, those core 10th Street campus lands. The government at the end of the day chose not to do that, so we said, oh, that campus is just going to deteriorate if Selkirk can't get capital money to you know, make sure the roof isn't leaking, and the city's not going to invest in that. So so Selkirk was successful, and we just found that out to get what they were paying in debt payments is they're going to pay to us in leasehold payments, so $350,000 a year, which that we can now invest in sort of maintaining the core infrastructure. So that lease will be extended for 5 years at the $350,000 a year lease, and we're going to agree to put that in to maintain that building.
That's Mary Hall you're talking about, yeah.
10th Street campus.
Yeah, the 10th Street
Yeah.
campus.
Yeah. KSA, they've given up the lease on that building.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so I had a supplemental later to that. So if I'm understanding that the nonprofit rate is 5% of the assessed value, so as opposed to 8%, it's 5, so they're getting that 3% discount off the top. And then anything the council might do in terms of the grant in kind would be done separately.
Yeah.
The policy would be, just so I can understand this, let's say I'm a nonprofit, I come to you and say I'm interested in KSA. And I know it's 5%, but then how do they ask for a discount? So would you?
They'd have to come to council.
Yeah, as it currently stands, they would come to
So
council.
they just ask you and you'd say, I'll bring this to, or
We
discount.
have a phase 2 of this revamp to do, and that is one of the things that we will illustrate or outline and identify for council and the public, council first to approve it, and then the public, so that there will be a clear set of expectations, I guess, of how you do things.
And we may work with council and say, what kind of criteria would you like to see that they would have to meet before they could come to you? So,
Yeah, that I think it's a little bit of work there would be really helpful, because you can imagine nonprofits of any kind and you'd want some sort of, and related to that is that it would be good in that policy if the fair market value is 8% of the assessment and we're already giving them 3% off the top, that 3% is pretty valuable as an in-kind contribution to count that. So I just want to, anything we do on top of that is even better, but I would just somehow surface that as
and maybe we start with, like the 8% I think was to really reflect market.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So maybe in phase 2, we've set everything at 8%, and you have a policy that, you know, that you're willing to give a 3% discount to nonprofits, and then we show the gross rent in the lease less the grant amount.
That's the refinement I would make, because as a nonprofit, I think I'd find that really valuable to show to my.
So again, everyone starts on market rent.
Yeah.
You have a policy that says that nonprofits, you're willing to, for all nonprofits, as long as they meet our criteria, they're accessible, they're, all these things, you say, okay, if you can do all those things, we're willing as a base to give 3%. If you want to do something in addition to that, maybe you take on all the leasehold improvements or some other things, then you're willing to look at a bigger discount, or it's some, like a Capitol Theatre, that's an important part of the community, you're willing to subsidize that to a greater extent. So I think that's, as Sarah said, I think that's phase 2. Right now, we just need something to get started with reflecting sort of what our current practice is.
Well, and also I think reflecting, so we have some properties that are coming up.
Yeah.
And we need everyone to be clear, staff and the public, about how we're doing things and how we're gauging or prioritizing who gets what, who gets to use what piece of land or piece of property.
And that, the other thing I think we're looking in phase 2 is to have a set, at that renewal place, that there's some type of review. Are you, are you meeting sort of the things that we gave you that, the building in the first place, or you're still achieving it, or so that, if we want, that building to be well utilized, that you're making it available for others, where practical, I think council wants some mechanism to see whether that nonprofit is actually living up to those sorts of things. So, maybe a year before the thing expires, they have to, come forward and say, okay, here's how we're still meeting those community goals that when you initially allowed this to happen, we're still relevant, all those sorts of things.
Councillor Tate, sorry, Councillor Payne, then Councillor Tate.
Part of mine I think was sort of answered, but I was hoping to get a walkthrough of an example. So we currently have a space at the Civic complex over there that was just refurbished, right?
Yeah.
What's the status of that, and what are the next steps based on this new policy?
So we would.
Because we're looking for.
So we'd go out and advertise that we have this space available. We'd be looking for people to put in proposals, I guess, I'm not sure what we call them, to lease that space, that criteria that we've established in here. Those are the things we want you to address in your proposal, and then we would score those and say, okay, entity 3 meets these in the strongest way, and that's who would be the candidate to, or the successful proponent.
So we haven't advertised it yet?
No.
And we can advertise it without a cost, because we don't know if it's gonna be market, or do we start everything at market, explaining to the nonprofits?
We'd like to have it advertised with the cost in there, I think, in terms of transparency and people not wasting their time with an application without
Perfect.
having
Yeah,
understanding.
that's what I was unclear about with the 2 options
Yeah.
of rental. But how will the nonprofits understand that there may be this discount if they're meeting?
We can put in a rate for, commercial would be
Okay.
this rate, nonprofit would be this rate.
Link to the policy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so that's what and we're just waiting for the policy before we do that?
And that's
Ready
part
for
of the
this.
reason why you.
That's why this is here today.
Yeah, why you're seeing phase 1 and not phase 2 with these other things that we certainly would like to do. We need phase 1 in place to be able to advertise and have that process in place.
Perfect, thank you, that was great.
Councillor Tate.
I would be interested in hearing from the table if, when we're looking at the scoring matrix, we've got an A, B, C, D. I would be interested in knowing if there's any appetite for adding an E that leans into community values and inclusion. Something like including the applicant's demonstrated commitment to inclusion, equity, decolonization, reconciliation.
Digitization.
All the things. It could be through practices, it could be through partnerships, it could be through programming, something like that. And is there any appetite to add another column to the matrix?
That one's probably a little more gray for us to rent, but we could certainly ask them for, to include that. The further that
I think a lot of grants ask for that kind of information, so a lot of nonprofits would be familiar with demonstrating commitment to those
we could
values.
look at, if you have any examples that come to mind that you could forward our way.
I don't, no.
We could look for some.
Yeah, and is that something that we would include in a phase 2?
I'd give it to the table.
And
in part see it as community reach, including availability of public programming and the number of unique users.
I looked at that and I just didn't think it was quite capturing what I was hoping.
Yeah, I guess my point is that might be an opportunity to expand that a bit, to maybe add some verbiage in there.
Yeah, you could
So I
add it
think
with
the idea of community reach is, the title is probably the right idea, community reach, that we are reaching all portions of our community.
Yes, possibly. Community reach could also be interpreted just quantitatively, and I'm looking for like a quality of reach.
So inclusion.
Community inclusion.
Councillor, so you've asked the question, you asked it to the table. Payne stuck her hand up, so I'm going to Payne, followed by Lockenberg.
My question was, is there an appetite to request that we add that to this existing policy?
And I was saying, yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Okay, that's what the hand was up for. Councillor Lockenberg then.
I'd just say no, unless there's more rationale, because having applied to many grants and getting to that section, and also on the other side, actually reviewing many applicants where we've had that question, it always feels like greenwashy, hand waving, and you're hitting some language. I've seen it, and I've done it actually, where I've hit the points, checked off the boxes, and then moved on. And in some ways, I worry it's also exclusionary and adds complexity without getting to an outcome. That's just my feeling.
My hope is that it would be an opportunity to reflect on what programming a nonprofit is offering in a space that could possibly be subsidized by the public for community good.
So if we started putting those values, again, I'm not just raising the question, because I don't, I would love to see, say, sustainability in there. And I'd be like, but then I'm like, even though that's where I'm going, and I would love to see commitment to GHG reduction and environmental sustainability for staff and for them, I don't know if it would add the value that I would hope, and it would just add complexity to the application at a time when personally in my own work and life, I'm constantly arguing for some simplifying. And it seems like we're increasing when you're trying to apply for something, the applications are growing, the reporting then that follows on those applications are growing, and it's I've been struggling with it myself. So yeah, that's where my hesitation is. The intent seems strong, but I'm hesitant.
Councillor Pinero.
Is there any way to just put in, potentially just be a little bit more vague? I mean, the point is that whatever programs are being offered in community space are a benefit to the community. So if we are in need in a particular time and moment in the town of more inclusion and equity, then we'd be looking for that specifically, or potentially we really need somebody to open there's a lot of dogs around that need to be washed or something, that we need that. So whatever our community needs are at that point, we would obviously be looking for something to fill that space. And if we have the space, then that would be weighted differently. So community good can be a lot of different things. And if we are looking like we've noticed that everything these days is for, 17-year-old boys, we need something else. That would be a community good if it was not that, right? So just weighing that as a scoring factor, like what good is it to the community, and in a particular time that might be very different. It might not be equity and inclusion, but it might very well be at another time as well. And I feel like the staff is pretty well versed in our philosophy going forward, and their discretion about what a good program is for the community would be good. And if they have any doubts about it, we would definitely weigh in, right? But without being like all programs in this building need to be A, B, and C, because those needs might change. And like Rick's saying, it does add a level of hoop jumping and potentially a lot of the time it feels like hoop jumping, which is not really the intent potentially. Does that, like, the language is still there, it allows us to sort of score for that, but it doesn't implicitly state that.
I think I think one piece that comes up for me is thinking about our property tax waiver.
PTs,
Exemption, missive tax
PTs.
exemption.
PTs.
That there's a policy for that and there's an application for that. And I recall us having a conversation about one of the points on the application says something along the lines of is open to the public. And a lot of groups can say that they're open to the public, and I think that that isn't necessarily always true. In this, it's not always understood and interpreted in the same way. So I was just wondering if there's a way to have our policies represent our values.
And that is where I would see where Councillor Lockenberg has mentioned that, and I'm just gonna use the term greenwashing because it's something that we all kind of understand, is that I can say I'm open to everybody and I can be quite exclusionary. And so that's like, who's gonna go and police that? And that's where I find a bit of difficulty in what you're asking to embed in, because they'll get there and then they'll second guess whatever they think we want to hear, and that might not be true. I mean, we fully know that that's an issue with some churches, let's talk about PTEs, that are somewhat exclusionary, but they still get statutory PTEs, and then, you know, we spent a lot of time, not this council, was it the previous council? The council before, when I was on with them, Kozak, talking about whether or not, like, who amongst the churches that have big parking lots should get a PTE or no PTE whatsoever, based on their contribution to the community. It was a debate, it came back, like, we did 2 days at least of debating it, and we couldn't land on anything, and so we just left it alone, because it does become problematic to figure out what's the language and what's the term that you're gonna use.
I thought of something to supplement that gets at a little bit of what my concern is. So let's say you had 5 majors, we added any, principle's great, but let's say somebody came forward and says, well, I'm not super financially sustainable, my community reach is relatively limited, but man, I knocked the DEI thing out of the park. Then staff is like, okay, we got this organization who on the scoring matrix has 21, this one 18, this one, so you essentially adding each one you add, we de-emphasize the others.
Unless you have a weighted matrix.
Unless you weight it.
We'll weight it.
Yeah. The
Financial
complexity.
stability needs to be weighted.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and on top of that, I was just thinking it could work. I guess part of my uncertainty is just simply that. I try to think through what an example would be, both on the
Totally.
who are we preventing and we're okay with, and who are we putting forward that we're okay with. I'm having trouble finding examples in my head. Not to say that
Which is the thing, right? We don't know what it would be.
Councillor Page?
As I read the policy now, we assemble this panel. Corporate officer chooses 3 people based on their relevance to the particular space, and then the decisions made by that panel. So I do wonder, and other spaces over time have been, these are decisions that have come back to council. And I'm wondering how much that is the appetite for us to decide that this is the policy, and once we've set this, that obviously makes the wording and what the scoring matrix matters that staff execute more relevant as compared to putting out an application process, saying these are the guidelines for the decision-making architecture that council will then ultimately get to have a discussion about and make choices on. And I specifically consider, I think the scoring matrix captures, what might happen to the studio space for a cultural organization who might do public programming versus the opportunity for the NDCC to operate that space and book it out. And there are other alignments, there are other considerations there in terms of what we're trying to accomplish in the local government realm to make that space available. Complementary, and I can see this where the scoring matrix could lean itself towards something like the RDCK if they put an application in for the former dance umbrella space to book it out. But I also could see where they would put an application in and they would not float up to the top of that, and that makes me worry about whether or not these are the kinds of decisions that ultimately need to come back to this table for discussion. And I also worry about, does our language right now in this policy make clear or create space for something like local government to be one of the applicants in here? We say nonprofits, we say businesses. We could certainly say nonprofit organizations is what local government falls under, but I do know there's that interest from staff to talk about being the booker for that space, and they would book it out as a space like they book out their other studio space.
Yeah, and I think, go ahead.
I was just gonna say is that, I don't wanna stop the debate on this, but we've gone from basically no policy to a policy that has some, I think, better bones in trying to get consistency, particularly about things that on some days are more perturbing to us, i.e. what are we charging than social issues or value issues. And so I just wonder if there's any appetite that we pass this knowing that it's coming back and we test the water per se. And because really what we want to do here is try to advertise to lease that new beautiful space that we have in the civic center. And could we, and the 5th floor, could we try this and see, knowing that we're not putting this out and then there's 50 things that we're gonna have applications for, and see how this policy works, and that we ask staff that they come back. And I'd imagine it would be at that point in camera, because there could be numerous applications. And we could see where they landed on a decision versus where we might have landed on a decision of applicants A, B, C, and D. Like, can we test the water on what we have here? It might show what we're missing, and then we can have it come back. This isn't a bylaw. It doesn't take 3 readings. It's not gonna take us 3 months to go through. This is a policy. Policy can be decided in one meeting. So I just wonder if there's any flavor for that while people go away, and perhaps, Kate, you've come up with an idea of what you think should be added. Maybe you can find some examples in the work and the additional work that you're doing outside of the council table that you can bring us back. People can go and look and see what's out there, see what language is there. And then let's test the water. Let's take what we've got before we wordsmith it and add and subtract and make it more prescriptive or less prescriptive, and see what happens. I'd like to just test it. We've gone from 0 to something, and I think the bones are here. But we hang on the bones, maybe it needs a bit more work, but I think we have some time.
Could we ask?
We'll hold the decision making for this particular round.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine.
Would it be too onerous to ask applicants to take a look at our vision and guiding principles in the OCP? Because that was developed by community, and then we're not creating new words, or that's only 2 pages to kind of peek at. That's what we do as a community, that's what we believe in as a community, and that's helps guide our space usage, guides everything. It's the OCP, it's the defining document. Would that be okay? And not make a line, but just encourage applicants to have a look there, have a little look-see.
Yeah, we can certainly send that out with it. And just, I think as far as weight, I think what we heard from the last workshop was, that you want to see your facilities well used and occupied as a
100%.
As a,
I liked that. That was cool.
that financial stability of the group. Those are kind of the 2 major ones that will weight higher. We want to see that well used. We want it to be open to to as many sort of groups as they can make work within their criteria. So those were and we need them to be financially stable, that they can actually, fund pay the rent and the utilities and all those sorts of things. So those are gonna be the higher weighted things. So we'll, as the mayor said, we'll go through, we'll test the waters, get this one out there, see what comes back, and it's a bit of learning for us as well to see what that looks like, how we kind of weight these. Again, is there some things missing that we didn't think about when they came up, and certainly your input of here's kind of on the current program, here's how these things were weighted, this is where we would have awarded as staff. I think ultimately the goal is to reduce that, being able to lease out this space on an objective basis, that the people, when they're putting their application, understand the criteria. It doesn't go somewhere else, and then there's a whole different set of criteria that sort of comes to the top, and this is sort of, anyway, that's the goal, is that we create transparency for people that are looking this space. They have some certainty that this is how the things are going to be weighted, how they're going to be assessed, and the person that rises to the top of that is going to get the space.
So we'll just ensure that when you do this first round, you bring it back to an in-camera meeting as soon as your end date's closed and you've done your vetting. And then just so we can, like I say, just test the water here and see how the process worked. I think that's easy enough because we can add it to an in-camera at any meeting that we have as soon as you've got this first step done, and then we'll see what it looks like.
It would be March at the earliest.
Yeah. So love it.
Okay, great.
So yes,
I
Councillor.
was just gonna say that, you said utilization and finance, to me it's community reach and finance. I could really see a situation where community reach, sustainability are really high. Tons of people are using it, but it's not making the most money, but it's just used so much. Being something that you would weigh against, it's making good money, but it's only for one group, and gymnastics is a kind of situation where that's
and they're an example.
Lots of utilization.
Right, and they're an example that we were hoping that they would make that space available to others, like the circus folks and other things. So and that's why I think in phase 2, when you reassess that lease, that you say, hey, you really didn't make this space available to others, right? So that's your check and balance at the end of the day, because anybody can say what they're going to do. It's what they actually do at the end that matters.
No, of course.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of passing what's before us? Okay. That carries. So thank you, Sarah and Sophia. And so we'll have you back again after we put this out and circulate it once to the public and try to fill up a couple of empty spaces that we have here in the city. So that brings us to the end of the meeting, and I just have a couple of announcements, none of them that need to be in camera or anything. So just while you're all here, it'd be really good to know who does want to go to FCM in Edmonton, June 4th to 7th. So do give that some thought. Currently, Councillor Tate has thrown her name into the hat. We usually send 2 councillors. Of course, this is optional. If more than 2 want to go, you can also use your discretionary funds that you have available in 2026. The other thing is that you will notice when you get a chance to look at your email today, as once again, these things all creep up, is that AKBLG resolutions. So I asked Maddie to send out to all of you a list of all of the resolutions that we submitted last year and which ones were carried and which ones, so you can see which ones weren't. So the question is, of the ones that weren't, is there appetite going forward to resubmit those again this year. And then the other thing is are there new ones that we need to be putting in? So we don't have to resubmit any of the ones that didn't pass. I mean, but if somebody decides that they kind of want to bring that back and anything new, I think Maddie put in the letter that she has to have them by February the 3rd. We actually should have these probably to Maddie by, I would say, the 26th of January. Because at February 3rd, we will be voting on them. And what we would like to try to avoid doing is what happened last year, is that everybody kept thinking of more exciting ones to add. So we went from 7 at a council meeting to 18 by the time it was all said and done. Hopefully when we get to the February 3rd council meeting, that list that's in the agenda package that day are what it is that we're going forward with. They must be submitted by February the 17th. So it's a pretty tight time window for, and I see Sarah back there. Yeah.
I think that's late for our staff to have time to put the resolutions together.
Yeah.
So I would say if you're saying by the 23rd, if we could have any thoughts or input by the 19th, and then that gives us some time to put resolutions together.
I just sort of think, like, when I just read I did read the email and Maddie said February 3rd, but February 3rd is the council meeting that we are deciding. Do not come on February 3rd with your list of resolutions for AKBLG, because they will not get a background, or staff will not have time to have them submitted by the 17th of February.
I would just note the ranked choice balloting was moved by executive, so that one is approved.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Just on the email from Sonia.
I haven't looked at that. Okay.
Yeah.
The rate choice ballot.
It's interesting to me, like, I wasn't there, so, just in that vein, like, are there any of these that almost were endorsed? Like, did you guys get a sense of any that stuck out that were like just about there? Or was there ones that were like, everybody hated it? Like, you know, and they fell completely flat, like what's worth putting forward again?
Wasn't there one we needed to work on?
Yeah, that was
I think I got
strategic.
booed
We had
on
some
the
that people
childcare
hated, so
one.
they
And our healthcare ones that were rejected were pretty much covered in the broader healthcare one that was rejected. So it's a little bit like, yeah, you kind of had to be there, because I'm sort of thinking that we don't really have, the healthcare ones that were rejected were captured in the other healthcare one.
The one we needed to work on was the waiving the personal tax for secondary suites, because we're really trying to catch like
We didn't get it right.
the
didn't get it right.
seniors that have a basement and it's just like too much paperwork. It's the at the GNED, it's something that NAPV brings up a lot. And so GNED was encouraging us.
The debate was not reflective of the, and we noted that.
And I got booed at UBCM on that one too, I
We should
think.
clean it, yeah, I would clean that one up.
That was rough.
We could try that one again. I mean, that's one that we
You
could
gotta
try
rethink
again.
it though.
That was the
It's
one
gotta
that
be
stuck out for
We
me.
have to
as
really,
why-
we have to have the argument of whoever stands up there, we really articulate and clear as to what we're going for, and probably shrink down the parameters a bit in terms of, because I think what on first blush it looks like, well, there's a lot of corruption that can happen there and that, because everybody's gonna start doing that, right?
Yeah. I'll fiddle with it. We'll work on it.
Yeah.
And send it, yeah. We'll try to capture what we're trying to capture.
Get to reweigh it.
Counselor.
Retired, yeah.
Sarah?
Yeah.
I just have one thing to say, that's about next week, when we do our budget meeting again on the 16th. At lunchtime, it's a bit of a lunch workshop. We'll have the lawyer calling in to talk about business license fees. Okay?
Oh, yay, fun.
And you'll have an opportunity to ask questions.
Yeah, we're doing a lunch and learn on that day.
Yeah.
On the
So
16th.
it's kind of a working lunch.
They're all kind of working lunches.
Can I
Yes.
just note, in my hometown, back in Alberta, they just got rid of business licenses completely.
Oh, Wild West.
So just for the lawyer, I would just be curious, you know, where we're heading things in or not heading things in. Versus versus a fear, so I'm just flagging it for, be prepared, what does it look like when there's no business license?
Need to have that discussion, cause I think you have some ones that you really wanna know the answer on, can be and vape shops or whatever.
I'm talking to
Sarah?
him next week.
I think
I just don't wanna get distracted on whether we have business licensing.
Maybe not all businesses need licenses.
I think that,
I
I
don't
think
you
Sarah, in
can
your
pick and
communication,
choose.
you've brought it down to the ones that we had concerns on when we couldn't pass the motion. That is about the vape stores and we need some, those things that were questions that we had during the council meeting. We can always go back and listen to the
I don't think I was here.
recording again. Yeah,
I think
And talk about it.
I think it's captured in an email thread too.
yeah. The other thing is, if I stare really hard at you, will you recognize who you are? I know that the election isn't until October, but people will start. And one of the things that people talked about was, oh, it'd be so nice that if I knew what it was that you had to do when you were a city councillor. There are still 3 people around the table
I'm one of them.
who have not written out what it is that they do and how long it takes and how many meetings there are. And yeah, well, somebody's already put up their hand that's on my list and I'm staring at the other 2 of you. So I think you know who you are now.
Oh, so all the newbies, is that what she's saying?
No, I did it.
It's something I asked for, like, so this happened way back in like maybe August or September. We had this discussion about, people don't really understand what's involved with being a city councillor, and it'd be good to have some more information so you can front end load them if they bothered to come in and ask before 4:30 on Friday of filing, right? And so one of the things is that a number of years ago, I think it was when I was on Kozak's council, we did this spreadsheet where it was just like, okay, I'm on the RDCK and I have this many meetings, or like I'm on the housing committee and it meets, like back then it met like 4 times a year, and how much so prep time is this amount or not, and then other people that might be there, like, is there usually a staff person there, or, you could have some sidebar little comments as well, like on the spreadsheet. So it's just that then people come, and it won't have your name on it, but it generates the information of like what it is. And so like if you wanna be on every committee, like you'll have no free time. Or if this is the committee you really want, you know how much transit takes, right? That's what you do. So.
Did you just snort?
Snorted.
He just started. And the last thing is just a reminder too, because again, it's about booking rooms and arranging transportation, and not that trail is, far, far away, but the AKBLG is in trail this year, April 17th to 19th. Trail does not have a lot of hotel rooms. It would be really good that if you think you're gonna go there and stay there, that you maybe let Maddie know once we get announcements about hotels and availability, or if you're planning to drive there, or if you're planning to go at all. So that's the April 17th to 19th. So I know it's the beginning of January, but time flies while we're having so much fun. So if some of these things could be addressed, that would be great. Particularly, I'm sure FCM will be announcing their room availability pretty soon, and so trying to capture those rooms, seeing as how trying to get the UBCM rooms was non-existent, and that's September. It's pretty easy to miss these windows for hotel accommodation if we're going far away.
UBCM this year, is it Vancouver?
Yes, it is.
And also a reminder of any questions for organics, the sooner we get those in, the better. We've received 1, so doing all right.
Okay, that was it.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Pinero. All those in favor? And that carries. Everybody have a good weekend. Enjoy the snow and the water and the Councillor Tate.